Hi guys, tonight we are wandering into the Nile Valley, where the cicadas still buzz even after the sun has slipped behind the horizon, and the stone statues seem to glow with leftover heat. You can almost feel the desert sand still radiating warmth through your sandals, though the sky is finally beginning to soften into deep indigo. Imagine yourself there somewhere between the palm groves and the edge of the riverbank where a faint, cool breeze finally drifts in off the Nile and you allow yourself to exhale. But before you get too comfortable, remember, you probably won't survive this. Ancient Egypt is not designed for the modern body you dehydrate by noon, burn to a crisp by afternoon, and probably get flattened by an ox cart by evening. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me your location and the time where you are, because it fascinates me to think of all of you drifting into this story under different skies. Now, dim the lights. You step forward, down into the hum of an ancient village, where life pulses along dirt lanes pressed between mud brick walls. The Nile isn't just a river here, it's the reason you breathe, the reason your crops swell, the reason entire dynasties rise and crumble. Without its flood, nothing exists. You listen to the water lapping against boats tethered loosely at the bank, their ropes creaking, their hulls painted with symbols to keep bad spirits at bay. The smell of silt and wet reeds mixes with smoke from small cooking fires curling above rooftops. Somewhere close, a dog barks, and children laugh as they toss a ball of tightly wound rags through the dust. What strikes you is the rhythm. Each day in this place follows the sun, but also the river. Flood season means anxiety, prayers, and offerings, because if the Nile rises too high, homes wash away, and if it rises too little, famine slithers in. You can imagine men stooping at the water's edge, driving in tall sticks to measure how fast the water climbs. These nilometers are the ancient equivalent of today's hydrological stations, and the results determine the amount of taxes owed. That's right, your harvest isn't just about food, it's about the pharaoh's coffers. And somehow those taxes, measured in sacks of grain, keep temples glowing with incense and pyramids climbing into the sky. But let's rewind to your own evening. You duck beneath a reed awning stretched across a stall where a potter is just now pulling warm clay jars from a small kiln. He wipes his brow with the back of his dusty arm and nods as though to say, "Yes, you'll need one of these." Pots are everywhere here. Big, small, plain, decorated, and they hold the stuff of survival. Grain, oil, beer. You run your hand over one. Still warm, the clay grainy against your fingertips. Imagine carrying it home to a small kitchen where the air is thick with smoke because the hearth has no chimney, only a hole in the ceiling that half-heartedly lets the soot out. And this is what makes life both intimate and suffocating. Houses are built from mud brick, sun-dried, fragile. When one collapses under years of strain, people simply rebuild on top of it, layer upon layer, until the whole street is perched on a kind of ancient layer cake of earlier lives. If you scratch down far enough under your feet, you'd find the rubble of your great-great-grandparents' walls. It's recycling by necessity, but also a reminder that life is temporary. Houses crumble, and yet the Nile keeps rolling on. You move further along, past a woman grinding grain on a stone quern. The sound is rhythmic stone against stone, crunching endlessly into flour that dusts her hands and clings to her lashes. She hums softly, perhaps a song she learned from her mother, while her child toddles nearby with a clay toy in hand. Flour drifts in the fading light like a thin veil of smoke. You feel a pinch of hunger, realizing how central bread is here. Wheat and barley turn into loaves baked in clay ovens, their smell drifting across the town. But bread alone is dry and hard, so they brew beer, thick and cloudy, more porridge than drink, but rich in calories. Together, bread and beer form the real wages of workers, far more practical than coin. And honestly, after a long day under the sun, a jug of that heavy beer must feel like a blessing. Strangely enough, a quirky fact floats through your mind. Egyptians sometimes flavored beer with dates, honey, or herbs, turning it into something halfway between medicine and dessert. Archaeologists even found beer residue inside giant vats near the pyramids, so yes, pyramid builders may have survived more on pints than on prayers. The further you go, the more you see how life clings to narrow margins. Chickens scurry in courtyards, cats dart after mice, and a donkey brays loud enough to wake half the street. People live close, perhaps too close. You hear laughter, but also arguments spilling from doorways. Privacy doesn't really exist when your walls are paper-thin mud and your windows open straight onto the neighbor's yard. And yet, somehow, the communal closeness breeds resilience. Everyone knows everyone else, which means gossip travels faster than the Nile current. Scholars still puzzle over just how much comfort these villagers really had. Some argue that for all their hardships, Egyptians enjoyed a stability unmatched in many other ancient worlds. Steady floods, steady rulers, steady gods. Others suggest that life here was grimmer than the inscriptions admit. Endless labor, frequent disease, and the constant threat of famine. Perhaps both are true, depending on whether you were a noble with gold trinkets or a farmer ankle-deep in mud. As the evening deepens, you picture yourself wandering toward the edge of the fields, where frogs chirp and the scent of lotus drifts on the cool air. Farmers lean on their tools, watching stars pierce the indigo, whispering thanks to the river they can't control. You pause, realizing that in this world, survival is a delicate bargain struck between sun, soil, water, and the invisible hands of the gods. You feel the earth cooling under your feet, the chatter of the village dimming, and the pulse of the Nile steady as a heartbeat. Tomorrow you'll wake with them again, ready to grind, haul, and sweat beneath the merciless light, because that's what living here demands. And yet, here in the night, beneath the same stars you know in your own sky, Egypt feels strangely eternal. You wake with the sun, because that's the only alarm clock the ancient world knows. Its first light slips over the horizon, gilding the Nile in liquid gold, and spills into narrow alleys where roosters crow and donkeys kick up dust. The air is cool for a few fleeting moments, but already you feel the heat lurking, ready to flatten you by midday. Your stomach rumbles, and you realize that in this world, survival begins with food. Not exotic feasts for kings, not golden platters carved with jewels, but bread, beer, and onions, the sacred trinity of Egyptian daily life. You shuffle toward a kitchen hearth, really just a hole in the floor lined with clay, where yesterday's ashes still smolder. The woman of the house is already at work, kneeling at a grinding stone, her arms moving with endless rhythm. The crunch of grain under stone is hypnotic, almost musical. Her hair is tied back, her shoulders dusted white, as barley slowly becomes flour. She doesn't stop, because if she does, there's no breakfast, no wages, no life. Imagine the burn in her arms, the ache in her knees. You reach out, touch the rough quern stone, and feel how deeply it has been grooved by centuries of hands doing this same job. The flour is gathered in a basket, mixed with water, and formed into flat discs. Some loaves go straight into clay ovens that glow red in the morning light, while others are slapped onto the hot walls of ceramic jars to bake in minutes. The smell is overwhelming, nutty, earthy, filling the courtyard. You pick up a loaf, still warm, its crust rough and its inside dense. This is not soft modern bread. It's heavy, chewy, filled with fragments of grit from stone grinding. Eat enough of it, and your teeth will wear down to stubs. Archaeologists have found Egyptian skulls with molars ground flat as if sandpaper had been at them for decades. Still, when you're hungry, this bread is life itself. Now for something to wash it down. A boy carries a clay jug, sloshing with cloudy, thick liquid. Beer, though you'd hardly call it beer by today's standards. It's more like liquid bread, sweet, slightly sour, filled with chunks of grain, closer to a smoothie than a pint. But it's loaded with calories, safer than plain river water, and honestly, a little buzz might make the day's labor easier. Workers on royal projects received daily rations of this beer, In some records, their wages were measured in jugs. It's almost like a payslip, except you drink it the same day. Imagine sipping something frothy, tangy, and slightly gritty, and realizing this is the fuel that raised the pyramids. Of course, bread and beer alone would wear you down. That's where onions come in. They grow easily, keep for months, and flavor everything. Onions appear in stews, in bread, even eaten raw as crunchy snacks. Soldiers swore by them as a cure for exhaustion, and priests offered them in temples as symbols of eternity, those endless rings, circling within rings. In fact, onions were so prized that even mummies sometimes had them tucked under wrappings as protection for the afterlife. Picture it. You, wrapped for eternity, clutching an onion in your hands like some fragrant passport to the other side. Every meal here is simple, repetitive, but surprisingly nourishing. Lentils, beans, cucumbers, radishes, and dates round out the diet. Meat? Rare for the commoner, unless you're lucky enough to live near a festival day when animals are slaughtered in bulk. Most families can't afford meat more than a few times a year, so fish from the Nile takes its place. Imagine a stew bubbling in a blackened pot, bits of tilapia stewed with leeks and garlic, ladled out with chunks of coarse bread. You blow on the steam, inhale the strong odor, and realize this is comfort food, ancient Egyptian style. But not everything is practical. Egyptians liked a touch of sweetness too. Honey, though expensive, drizzled into pastries for the wealthy. For everyone else, dates served as candy, sticky, chewy, cloyingly sweet. A child tugs on your hand, handing you a date palm fruit, grinning as sugar coats his teeth. That small sweetness cuts through the monotony of bread and beer, reminding you that even in a hard life, pleasure has its place. Here's the quirky part. Egyptians also experimented with flavor enhancers you might not expect. Archaeologists discovered spice jars containing coriander and fenugreek, even mustard seeds. And yes, there are texts hinting that goose fat mixed with crushed dates was used as a specialty dish. The very thought might make you hesitate, but for them, it was considered rich, satisfying, and even medicinal. Goose fat as a health tonic, who knew? You can't help but chuckle at how little has changed. Today, we argue about superfoods and miracle diets. Back then, they swore onions cured fatigue and beer kept bones strong. Maybe it's not so different. And yet scholars remain divided over how healthy this diet really was. Some point to the sheer longevity of Egyptian civilization and suggest their meals, heavy in vegetables and grains, supported stable health. Others argue the diet led to rampant dental disease and malnutrition, especially when famine struck. The debate continues. Was this bread and beer culture a miracle of sustainability? Or just the bare minimum to keep workers alive for Pharaoh's grand visions? As you step into the busy morning street, you see food not just in homes, but everywhere. Vendors shout, waving skewers of grilled fish. Boys run past with baskets of figs, laughing as they steal one from their own haul. A woman squats by the roadside, selling handfuls of roasted chickpeas wrapped in palm leaves. The smell of garlic, fish, and sweat blends into one overpowering haze. You cough, laugh, and push forward, realizing this marketplace is the heartbeat of survival. Every bite here links back to the Nile, which nourishes fields, which sustains bellies, which fuels empires. Pause for a moment. Picture a pyramid in the distance. Its foundation stones rise higher each day, not because of whips or chains, but because thousands of men, fueled on bread, beer, and onions, keep showing up, day after day. It's a system so simple, so repetitive yet so effective, it built wonders that still stand millennia later. Later in the evening, as shadows stretch and the heat finally loosens its grip, you wander back to the fields. Farmers are storing surplus onions in woven baskets, stacking bread in jars sealed with clay lids. You realize these aren't just meals, they're currency. A sack of grain can pay taxes, a jar of beer can secure a laborer, and a bundle of onions can barter for clothing. Food is money, security, survival. The cicadas rise in chorus again, and you find yourself smiling. It's humbling, isn't it? That a civilization known for golden sarcophagi and towering temples was, at its core, held together by loaves of rough bread, cloudy beer, and the humble onion. Tomorrow you'll taste it all again, because repetition is survival, and survival is enough. The morning sun creeps higher, painting everything in a harsh white glare, and you retreat into the shade of a narrow alley lined with houses pressed shoulder to shoulder. These aren't palaces or grand villas. These are the ordinary homes of mud brick, the ones that crumble, collapse, and get rebuilt with every generation. At first glance, they seem unremarkable, just brown blocks stacked on brown dust. But step inside and you realize these spaces hold the very fabric of daily Egyptian life. You duck beneath a low lintel, and suddenly you're in darkness, the air thick and warm, the scent of smoke clinging to your hair. A mud brick house is not a place of comfort in the way you know it. Rooms are small, ceilings low, walls rough to the touch. The floor beneath your sandals is hard-packed earth, cool in the shade, and scattered with rush mats woven from reeds. In one corner, a clay oven still radiates yesterday's heat. In another, a small shrine carved into the wall holds a clay figure of a household god. The whole place smells of bread crusts, onions, and ash. Most homes have only 2 or 3 rooms, a central space for cooking and eating, a sleeping chamber where entire families curl together on mats, and sometimes a rooftop where people escape the suffocating heat of the day. Imagine lying on that flat roof at night, wrapped in a linen sheet, staring up at the Milky Way stretching over the desert, with the murmur of the Nile drifting on the wind. The stars feel closer here, almost touchable, like the gods themselves might lean down to whisper. During the day, the roof serves another purpose. Women climb up to grind grain in the open air. Children chase each other in circles, and laundry flaps on lines strung between mud brick parapets. The sun beats down mercilessly, but at least up here, the breeze offers some relief. From above, the whole village looks like a patchwork of flat squares, each roof doubling as another room in the house. Privacy? Forget it. Your neighbor can see you mixing dough, and you can see him snoring in the shade. Everyone knows everyone's business. The interiors are dim, lit by narrow slits for windows or small wooden grills. These openings let in some light, but they also invite in dust, flies, and the constant din of donkeys and children outside. Ventilation is tricky. Some homes experiment with wind catchers, narrow shafts built into the walls to funnel breezes downward, but most of the time, the air is stale, heavy with smoke from cooking fires. You cough, wave a hand, and imagine what it must be like to live with eyes watering every evening from the hearth's acrid smoke. Furniture is sparse. Low stools, reed baskets, clay jars, and the occasional wooden bed for wealthier households. Most families sleep on the floor, bundled in woven mats that scratch against the skin. Pillows, made of stone or wood, cradling the neck rather than cushioning it. Lay your head down, feel the hardness, and try to tell yourself it's good for posture. Somehow, after a day spent under the sun, exhaustion outweighs discomfort. A mainstream historical fact surfaces here. Archaeological excavations at Deir el-Medina, the village of tomb builders near Thebes, reveal entire streets of such houses, uniform, functional, barely distinguishable. Each tells the same story of cramped quarters, communal living, and survival in mud and dust. Yet amid this simplicity, there are quirky details. Some homes had small underground cellars dug to keep beer cool, almost like ancient refrigerators. Others built pigeon lofts on their roofs, raising flocks for both food and fertilizer. Imagine descending into a cool, musty cellar, lit by a flickering oil lamp, to draw up a jug of beer still damp with condensation in the otherwise sweltering heat. It's the kind of luxury you'd never expect from sun-baked mud walls. And scholars still argue over how much comfort these homes truly provided. Were they miserable, smoke-filled huts barely fit for survival, or were they warm, practical spaces perfectly adapted to the climate? Some point to evidence of painted plaster on walls, brightly colored geometric patterns that suggest families sought beauty in their surroundings. Others argue that such decoration was rare, affordable only to skilled workers or overseers, leaving most homes bare and bleak. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between, with a spectrum ranging from stark poverty to modest comfort, all within the same warren of streets. Step back outside and you notice something else. Mud brick itself. It's the core material of Egyptian life, formed from Nile mud mixed with straw, pressed into molds and left to bake in the sun. Children stomp barefoot in the slurry to mix it, giggling as mud squishes between their toes. The bricks dry quickly, but they crumble easily, requiring constant maintenance. Every flood season, walls crack, roofs sag, and entire homes collapse. Yet the cycle of building and rebuilding becomes part of the culture. When one house falls, families gather to rebuild, layer upon layer, until centuries later, archaeologists uncover stratified tells mounds of history stacked like sediment. At the edge of town, wealthier houses sometimes expand into courtyards filled with fig trees, where pools shimmer with lotus blossoms. But for most, space is scarce. You squeeze down an alley so narrow your shoulders brush the walls, stepping over chickens and weaving around goats tethered to doorposts. Life here is noisy, messy, intimate. Children run barefoot through the dust, women shout from windows, and the smell of dung fires drifts everywhere. It's a symphony of survival, echoing between sun-baked walls. Inside one home, you watch as a mother prepares a morning meal. She squats at the hearth, stoking coals with a reed fan. Her youngest clings to her hip, while her eldest helps knead dough with sticky hands. In the corner, her husband patches a broken basket, weaving reeds with practiced fingers. The family moves in tight choreography, each part essential, each gesture familiar. You can feel how these walls, though rough and smoky, hold a kind of comfort, the comfort of routine, of belonging. Even pets share the space. Cats slink through doorways, tails high, hunting rodents. A small monkey, chained near the doorway, screeches at your presence, tugging its rope. Yes, monkeys occasionally kept as status symbols by those who could afford them, though likely more nuisance than pet. The sight makes you laugh. In a house with barely enough room for the family, a monkey manages to squeeze in too. As midday approaches, the heat builds, and families retreat indoors. The thick mud walls, while stifling at night, now serve their purpose, trapping coolness within. You sit in the dimness, sipping thick beer from a clay cup, and feel the sweat slowly ease from your skin. Somewhere outside, the drone of cicadas grows louder, but here, inside this darkened room, you sense how people endured. They built their lives with mud, smoke, and dust, and somehow made it enough. Before you drift further, consider this. The pharaohs may have ruled from palaces of stone, but the foundation of their power was mud brick. Millions of these tiny houses, fragile as sandcastles, supported the entire weight of the Egyptian state. Without them, there would be no farmers, no workers, no pyramids, no temples, just silence and sand. And tonight, when the heat fades, families will climb to their roofs again, lay side by side beneath the stars, and dream. Dream of floods that come on time, of harvests rich enough to trade, of children growing strong. Dream of life continuing, brick by crumbling brick. You step back into the daylight, and the brightness nearly blinds you. The sun in Egypt is merciless, pouring down like molten metal across every roof, every alley, every patch of sand. People live beneath it with a stubborn kind of acceptance, shaping their bodies and their clothing to endure its glare. And here, fashion is not frivolous. It is survival, identity, and sometimes even magic. You brush the dust from your shoulders and notice what everyone else is wearing. Linen. Always linen. It clings in fine, almost transparent sheets if you can afford the best quality, or hangs coarse and scratchy if you're among the majority. Linen is woven from the fibers of the flax plant, spun by hand and pulled tight on wooden looms. Women squat in courtyards, rhythmically throwing shuttles back and forth, the air full of the dry smell of fibers. White linen is prized above all its brightness, a kind of spiritual cleanliness. Its coolness, a practical blessing in this heat. Imagine slipping a fresh linen tunic over your shoulders. It's light, airy, like wearing woven wind. Most men wear short kilts, belted at the waist, leaving chests bare. The wealthy have pleated versions, stiffened with starch, their folds crisp like origami. Women drape longer dresses, sometimes with straps, sometimes tube-like and tight-fitting, revealing the curve of hips and shoulders. Jewelry glints at throats and wrists, beads of faience, shells polished smooth, bangles of copper, if fortune allows, or even gold. There's a shimmer of color against all that white fabric turquoise, carnelian, lapis lazuli. These stones are not just decoration, they are charms, each with powers to protect or attract. A blue bead might shield you from the evil eye. A red one might channel the strength of blood and fire. Hair is another story. You expect long braids, but instead you see many shaved heads gleaming in the sunlight. Why? Lice, heat, and convenience. Wigs solve the problem of vanity, made of human hair or plant fibers, perfumed with scented wax. You can picture the ritual: a servant melting a cone of perfumed fat atop a wig, the warm oil trickling down slowly through the strands, releasing fragrance throughout a banquet. It sounds decadent, but also a little messy. The smell of myrrh, lotus, and cinnamon drifts in the air, mixing with sweat and dust, a strange perfume of desert life. Even more surprising is the makeup. Men, women, rich, poor, everyone wears it. The thick black lines of kohl rimmed around eyes, smeared with small sticks of wood dipped in ointment. The effect is striking, turning every gaze into something sharp, almost feline. But it's not just about beauty. Kohl reflects the sun's glare, reducing eye strain, and its lead-based compounds may even have helped prevent infections. You take a fingertip, smudge the edge of your own eye, and suddenly you feel like one of them, part warrior, part priest, part ordinary villager, shielding your vision from the endless glare. And then there's the green, malachite ground into powder, smeared across eyelids, glittering faintly under the sun. Combined with the kohl, it gives a dramatic, almost mystical look. Imagine thousands of people walking through dusty streets, their eyes lined black and green, glowing under the harsh light like living statues. It's both practical and theatrical, turning daily survival into a kind of performance. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Tomb paintings consistently show men with darker, reddish-brown skin and women with lighter, yellowish tones. Scholars think this might reflect both gender ideals and reality: men working outdoors, women spending more time indoors. Fashion then becomes more than fabric and color. It encodes identity, expectation, and even social role. But here's a quirky tidbit that might make you smile. Some wealthier Egyptians wore scented wax cones on top of their heads at feasts. Yes, literal cones, like little party hats of perfumed grease. Over hours they slowly melted, dripping fragrance down through wigs and onto shoulders. Imagine dining across from someone, while their hair literally oozes perfume. Strange, indulgent, maybe even delightful. And scholars remain divided about just how widespread luxury fashion really was. Did common farmers wear simple white linen and nothing else, or did they sometimes adorn themselves with beads, wigs, and makeup borrowed for festivals? Some argue that surviving images are biased, made for tombs, glorifying ideal forms rather than recording everyday reality. Others suggest that even poor Egyptians invested in small charms, amulets, or painted nails, because beauty and protection mattered no matter how low your station. The truth is probably somewhere in between, with simple laborers still managing to decorate themselves in small but meaningful ways. Back in the street, you notice sandals made from woven papyrus and leather. They flap against the dust, though many people go barefoot, their feet hardened to stone. Children run without shoes, laughing as they chase a ball made of linen rags. The contrast between polished elites in pleated kilts and barefoot villagers in ragged tunics is stark. Yet somehow, both belong to the same rhythm, both under the same blazing sun. Step into the house of a wealthier family, and you find fashion elevated to art. The lady of the house reclines while a servant braids her hair, fastening beads of turquoise at the ends. Another servant paints her nails with henna, staining them orange-red. She lifts a polished copper mirror, her face glowing in the reflection, lips reddened with ochre. Her husband enters in a kilt, pleated so finely it ripples like water, a broad collar of faience tiles spread across his chest. They look less like ordinary humans and more like figures from the wall paintings come to life. You realize that fashion here is not only for comfort, it is a statement of eternity. To be painted in a tomb wearing perfect linen and jewelry means you will carry those things forever into the afterlife. Outside again, you pause at a workshop where wig makers sit weaving hair into elaborate shapes. Bundles of fibers hang drying in the sun, while a boy kneels grinding malachite on a stone pallet. The smell of oil, resin, and herbs drifts through the air. Fashion is work, to an entire industry of weavers, jewelers, wig makers, and perfumers laboring to keep appearances alive. Without them, there would be no shining collars, no painted eyes, no pleated kilts to dazzle in the tombs. It strikes you, as the day stretches long, that survival in Egypt isn't just about bread and beer. It's about identity, pride, and magic woven into fabric and painted onto skin. Fashion isn't just vanity, it's defense against the sun, protection from spirits, and a way of saying, I belong to this world, and I want to carry it with me into the next. As dusk falls, you find yourself walking along the riverbank. Families gather in their evening best, linen robes clean, children washed, hair scented with oils. The reflection of the sunset dances in their kohl-rimmed eyes, and the air smells faintly of lotus. For a moment, the dust and sweat fade away, and you see them as they want to be seen, radiant, timeless, almost divine. And maybe that's the secret. In a world of relentless heat and fragile mud brick homes, people used fashion to carve out something eternal, beauty that survives dust, color that outshines the desert, and style that still, even now, feels strangely modern. The morning hum of the village quickens, and you notice the smallest feet darting between shadows. Children, everywhere. Their laughter spills into the alleys, higher and brighter than the calls of the market vendors. They chase rag balls, hop over cracked stones, and shriek when someone's goat tries to join the game. Life in ancient Egypt may have been weighed down by taxes, floods, and relentless sun, but for children, there is always time to play. You squat near a group gathered in the dust. One holds a carved ivory die, its edges rounded smooth from use. Another flips small knuckle bones, treating them like modern dice. A circle of children clap and chant, inventing rules, changing them whenever someone protests. You watch them laugh until they can barely breathe, the air thick with dust kicked up by their bare feet. Play is universal, isn't it? Even here, thousands of years before your time, children create worlds of make-believe out of whatever they can scavenge. Their toys are humble but clever. A little girl cradles a clay doll, its hair made of strings of linen, its face painted with charcoal dots. A boy drags a wooden crocodile, its jaw snapping open and shut with the pull of a string. Another group rolls hoops of palm wood, racing them down the lane. Archaeologists have found spinning tops, carved animals on wheels, and even miniature boats made for the Nile's shallows. Imagine the excitement of a child, running to the river, tugging a tiny wooden ship through the water, pretending he is a great captain commanding a fleet. But childhood here isn't just play. By the age of 5 or 6, children are already helping their parents. Girls learn from their mothers, grinding grain, fetching water, weaving linen. Boys shadow their fathers in the fields, chasing goats, learning to fish, or hauling baskets of mud brick. The Nile Valley doesn't wait for anyone to grow up slowly. Childhood is short, sweet, and fleeting. Still, there are moments of learning. You pass a shaded courtyard where a boy kneels before an older man holding a reed brush. This is no toy. This is the beginning of literacy. The boy scratches clumsy hieroglyphs onto a shard of broken pottery, his tongue sticking out in concentration. The master frowns, corrects him, and makes him try again. Education is rare, reserved mostly for boys of scribal families, or those destined for temple service. To read and write in Egypt is to hold the keys of power. Only a sliver of the population ever gains this privilege. A mainstream historical fact: the House of Life attached to temples functioned as centers of learning, where young scribes memorized texts, copied proverbs, and practiced calculations. Without literacy, one is invisible in the bureaucracy that feeds Pharaoh's state. With it, you can rise above fields and mud-brick walls. But of course, childhood has its quirks. One mother ties an amulet of Bes, the squat, lion-faced dwarf god, around her toddler's neck. Bes is the protector of children, fierce and funny-looking, meant to scare off evil spirits. Parents sing lullabies to soothe babies, but they also whisper spells to keep demons away. Some children even wear little faience beads, shaped like eyes, charms to ward off the evil eye of envy. It's a reminder: survival is fragile, and protection must be constant. You can almost hear it at night: a child whimpering in the dark, a mother humming softly, a father muttering a prayer over a tiny figure carved in clay. Childhood is tender, but danger always lurks. Fevers, infections, accidents, life expectancy is short, and many children never see adulthood. The joy of play by day balances the fears of night. Historians still debate just how carefree childhood really was. Were children truly allowed the space to play and invent, or were they pressed into labor almost from the moment they could walk? Some scholars point to tomb paintings that idealize children with shaved heads and sidelocks, playing with pets and toys. Others argue these scenes are symbolic, representing eternal innocence rather than daily reality. Perhaps both are true. Children played in the dust when time allowed, but when food ran short, they became workers before they were ready. You follow a group down to the Nile's edge, where they splash in the shallows, shrieking as fish dart past their ankles. One boy dives in with astonishing skill, surfacing with a triumphant grin and a wriggling fish in his hands. Swimming is second nature here, almost as essential as walking. You can picture a parent teaching a toddler to paddle before they can even run properly. The Nile is both playground and teacher, its waters part of every childhood memory. Later, as shadows lengthen, the village quiets. Children gather on rooftops, still restless, their voices echoing across the mud-brick labyrinth. They sing games, clap hands, and trade riddles. A girl braids reeds into a makeshift doll. Another traces patterns in dust with her finger. These are small acts, yet they carry the weight of continuity, ancient practices repeated across generations, echoes you can almost hear in playgrounds today. Night falls, and you imagine families settling in. Children curl together on mats, clutching dolls or pets. Cats slink among them, sometimes sleeping at their feet. The air is warm, the stars above endless, and for a moment you realize childhood here, though shorter and harsher than you know, is still filled with laughter, creativity, and that universal gift of play. And tomorrow, when the sun rises again, they'll leap barefoot into the dust, chase wooden hoops, tug toy crocodiles, and pretend the Nile belongs entirely to them. The sounds of children's laughter fade behind you, and your attention shifts to the heart of the village where life thrums with a different kind of energy. The marketplace is alive, pulsing with shouts, smells, and color, an overwhelming tangle of survival and spectacle. Step closer, and the air thickens with the smoke of roasted fish, the tang of fermenting beer, and the faint sweetness of honeyed dates. You hear vendors cry out their offers, each voice trying to rise above the others, and the chorus becomes its own kind of music. Picture yourself weaving through narrow lanes lined with stalls made from wood planks and reed mats. Each merchant has spread wares on baskets, cloths, or directly on the dusty ground. You pass jars of pungent fish paste, their odor so strong it makes your eyes water. Just beyond, another stall brims with cones of fragrant incense, frankincense, myrrh, and kifi, a famous Egyptian blend of herbs, honey, and wine, burned both for prayer and for masking the smell of life, lived without plumbing. Your nose twitches at the contrast, rot and perfume colliding in the same breath. Carts creak as donkeys push through the crowds, their hooves clattering against stones, their ears flicking at flies. Men in kilts carry baskets of cucumbers and leeks, their voices hoarse from shouting. A girl kneels beside a small pile of onions, counting them carefully, because this is not just food but currency. Every exchange in this market is more than a meal, it's a negotiation of survival. Step toward a fishmonger's stall. Fresh catch from the Nile glistens in the heat. Tilapia, catfish, even eels writhing weakly in shallow baskets. The smell is sharp, salty, almost unbearable. But just next to him, a perfume seller has set out tiny jars of scented oil. He dips a reed stick, brushes it on your wrist, and suddenly the air fills with lotus blossom and cinnamon. Your stomach lurches from the fish stench, and then relaxes into sweetness within the span of a single heartbeat. This clash of odors is the marketplace's signature. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Markets like these were common across Egypt, with evidence from towns like Amarna showing streets lined with stalls selling food, linen, and trinkets. Written records even describe market inspectors, officials tasked with keeping prices fair and weighing scales honest. Pharaoh's reach extended even here, into the noisy chaos of daily exchange. And yet, quirky tidbits appear among the dust. One vendor offers amulets shaped like scarabs, said to bring protection. Another sells tiny clay fertility figures, which women buy with whispered prayers. You can even spot a monkey tethered at a stall, wearing a collar and trained to collect coins in a tiny basket. Picture it, a merchant grinning while his pet monkey tugs gently at your tunic, holding out a basket for payment. The monkey screeches when you drop in a bead, then darts back, as if it understands the rhythm of trade better than most humans. Historians still puzzle over just how much variety these markets truly offered. Some argue they were rich in goods, reflecting Egypt's role as a trade hub, pulling resources from Nubia, the Levant, and beyond. Others insist the average marketplace was far more modest, mostly onions, beer, and fish, with luxuries like incense or jewelry appearing rarely, reserved for festivals or temple events. The truth probably lies between a spectrum from humble to extravagant, depending on location, season, and the whims of the Nile. The soundscape is as vivid as the smells. Women haggle fiercely, voices sharp and insistent. Men argue over weights, slamming baskets down in frustration. Donkeys bray, children squeal, a flute player pipes a shrill tune from a corner. It's almost deafening. And yet, amid the noise, there's a rhythm, people bartering, laughing, complaining, and moving on. The marketplace is not just about goods, it is about connection. It's where news spreads faster than the Nile current. A rumor whispered here in the morning might be halfway across the village by sunset. You pause at a pottery stall. Rows of jars gleam in the light, some tall and narrow for oil, others squat and wide for grain. The potter lifts one, runs his hand along the glaze, and taps it with a hollow ring. He tells you, with a grin, that this one is strong enough to survive your clumsiest servant. He's half joking, half serious, and you realize salesmanship hasn't changed much in thousands of years. Nearby, a butcher hacks at cuts of goat, flies buzzing thick around him. He shoos them with a reed fan, sighing as if it's hopeless. You feel the sun pressing hard now, the smells growing sharper, heavier. Sweat prickles on your back as you edge toward the stall selling beer. Thick, frothy, ladled into clay cups. It's more porridge than drink. You sip, and the sour tang cuts the heat, washing away the dust from your throat. Around you, workers slump on stools, drinking deeply, their voices growing louder as the beer loosens tongues. The market also has its entertainments. A storyteller stands on a low platform, waving his arms as he recounts tales of gods and pharaohs. Children crowd at his feet, eyes wide, while adults pretend not to listen but linger close anyway. Beside him, a juggler tosses balls and knives, catching coins in a bowl set at his feet. A flute trills above the crowd, and for a moment, the marketplace feels less like survival and more like a festival. As you weave deeper, you notice that not all exchanges are peaceful. A man shouts that the scales are rigged, accusing a vendor of cheating him. The crowd swells, ready for spectacle. The inspector arrives stern, broad-shouldered, carrying a rod. He checks the scale, frowns, and slaps the vendor with a fine. The crowd cheers, disperses, and the noise resumes. Justice is swift here, but always in the pharaoh's name. Evening falls slowly. The market doesn't empty all at once. It fades. Fires gutter out. Donkeys are led away. Baskets collapse into shadows. The air cools, though the smells linger: garlic, sweat, incense, and fish guts clinging to your clothes. The noise softens into murmurs, and for a moment you hear only the ripple of the Nile in the distance. You pause, standing where the stalls once thrived, and realize this is more than a place to buy onions or beer. The marketplace is the village's pulse, the space where goods, gossip, and gods all collide. Without it, life would splinter into isolated homes. With it, there is community, conflict, and laughter. Tomorrow, when the sun rises again, the vendors will return, the donkey carts will creak back into place, and the smells will once more swirl into that strange perfume of rot and sweetness. And you, brushing dust from your kilt, will step back into the crowd, ready to be jostled, cheated, and entertained all over again. The marketplace noise fades behind you, leaving your ears ringing in the sudden hush of a shaded courtyard. Here, the bustle of onions, beer, and donkeys gives way to something quieter, almost reverent: the scratching of a reed pen across papyrus. You lean against a mud brick wall and peer in. A scribe sits cross-legged, back straight despite the heat, eyes intent on the symbols forming under his hand. The soft rasp of ink on plant fibers is the heartbeat of bureaucracy, the sound that keeps Pharaoh's kingdom alive. Writing, in this world, is not casual. It is not for letters home or grocery lists pinned to the wall. To write here is to command the very machinery of the state. With hieroglyphs, you record taxes, decree laws, honor gods, and carve eternity into stone. Without them, you are voiceless. Only a sliver of the population ever holds a pen, and those who do wield more power than armies. Step closer, and you see the scribe's tools laid neatly before him. A wooden pallet holds two shallow wells, one of black ink, made from soot and gum, and one of red, reserved for headings and warnings. His brush is no quill, but a reed stem chewed into bristles at one end. He dips, scratches, dips again, his hand moving with steady rhythm across a papyrus sheet. Papyrus itself feels miraculous, thin, flexible yet durable, made from stalks cut along the Nile. Strips laid crosswise, pressed, dried, and smoothed with a stone, become the very canvas of civilization. Hold one in your hand and you sense it, a fragile river reed transformed into permanence. A mainstream historical fact stands here in bold ink. Egypt's entire bureaucracy depended on scribes. They recorded harvest yields, measured taxes in sacks of grain, tallied laborers' days, and copied religious texts word for word. Without scribes, Pharaoh's decrees could never stretch from palace to village. Literacy was the invisible thread binding together millions of people. Yet not all writing was solemn. Some scribes doodled in the margins. Archaeologists have uncovered ostraca shards of broken pottery, covered with practice hieroglyphs, sketches of animals, even crude caricatures of bosses. You can almost hear the suppressed chuckle of a weary scribe, pausing from copying endless tax records to draw a cat chasing a goose. This quirky side of writing reveals that even those carrying the state's secrets had moments of boredom and mischief. Still, scholars continue to debate the accessibility of literacy. Was it an elite privilege, guarded tightly by temples and palaces, or did more ordinary craftsmen and traders sometimes learn the basics? Evidence suggests scribal schools existed near major temples, but it's unclear how wide the door was. Some argue that even basic literacy was restricted, keeping power in the hands of a small class. Others point to graffiti carved into tombs by workers, suggesting that at least functional reading and writing spread more widely. The truth, as usual, is probably tangled somewhere between elite mastery and commoner improvisation. You crouch down beside the scribe and study the script. Hieroglyphs leap to life under his brush. Owls, reeds, suns, hands, feathers. Each symbol carries weight, not just as sound, but as meaning. Layers stacked upon layers. For sacred texts, scribes paint them with reverence, knowing these shapes are bridges to the gods. For daily ledgers, they scribble quickly, abbreviating into hieratic script, cursive, flowing, faster to write, but still intricate. To see it unfold is to watch thought made visible. The scribe glances at you, smirks, and mutters something you don't catch. Perhaps he's amused at your wide-eyed stare. He knows what you don't, that while soldiers sweat in the desert and farmers break their backs in the fields, he rules with ink. He will never starve, for Pharaoh needs him more than oxen or stone. His hands may be stained with ink instead of calluses, but in this world, ink is the true backbone of empire. You imagine, for a moment, being one of his students. A boy kneels in the dust, a shard of pottery in his lap. He scratches awkwardly, tongue stuck out, copying lines from The Satire of the Trades, a text that tells him being a scribe is better than any other job. The text mocks farmers, soldiers, potters, even fishermen, insisting that only scribes escape pain and poverty. It's propaganda, of course, but effective. What child, sweating under the sun, wouldn't dream of trading toil for ink? Your eyes drift to the papyrus stack beside the master. Some sheets bear contracts, marriages arranged, debts recorded, land exchanged. Others carry hymns to Ra, Thoth, or Osiris. Still, others are medical recipes. Apply honey to the wound, speak these words, and it shall heal. Writing binds all parts of life, from birth to death, from prayer to punishment. In this world, memory is fragile, but ink remembers. Nearby, a temple rises, its walls carved with hieroglyphs so deep the shadows stay even at noon. You run your hand over the grooves. The stone feels cool, the symbols sharp under your fingertips. These are words meant to last forever, speaking across centuries, and they have succeeded. Pharaohs' names echo still, their deeds chiseled into eternity by scribes who never imagined strangers millennia later would still be reading them. Yet not all records survive in grandeur. Some crumble, some burn, some are buried in forgotten sand. You picture papyrus scrolls locked away in dusty temple chambers, untouched for generations, their ink fading. Somewhere, hidden in the desert, stories lie unread, waiting. The thought is both thrilling and melancholic. So much written, so much lost. A breeze stirs, and you hear another sound, chanting. In the temple courtyard, priests recite hymns from scrolls. Their voices rise and fall, carrying the words across the stone columns. Writing becomes sound again, returning to breath. You close your eyes and listen, realizing that literacy here isn't just about records, it's about bridging earth and divine, holding chaos at bay with carefully chosen words. As the day wanes, the scribe packs his tools into a leather pouch, sliding reed pens into slots, tying scrolls with cord. He stretches his back, stiff from hours of sitting. For him, another day is done, but for you, the echoes linger. You carry the smell of soot ink, the scratch of reed on papyrus, the vision of tiny owls and feathers dancing across parchment. And you realize this: empires are not built only with stone or spear. They are built with words, fragile reeds pressed into memory, fragile symbols carved into eternity. Without them, Pharaoh's commands would vanish on the wind. With them, his power endures long after the dust of his bones scatters. So tomorrow, when the village wakes again, farmers will dig, soldiers will march, children will play, but the scribes will sit, brush in hand, recording it all, line by line, and that quiet scratch of ink will echo louder through history than the cries of battle or the sweat of fields. You leave the scribes behind, their reed pens still whispering across papyrus, and wander into a different rhythm altogether. Somewhere beyond the courtyards and quiet study halls, the village is pulsing with sound. Not the clatter of markets this time, but the beating of drums, the strum of harps, the clack of clappers. Music and laughter spill into the warm air, and before you know it, you're drawn into the swirl of Egyptian leisure, where even after long hours of toil, people find ways to celebrate. You step into a courtyard where a group of women sway in time with the music. Their linen dresses catch the lamplight, their arms curve gracefully, bangles clinking as they spin. Harpists pluck strings tall as a man, their deep tones vibrating through your chest. Flutes trill, shrill and playful, weaving like birdsong above the lower hum. Clappers, simple wooden slats struck together, set the rhythm, crisp and sharp, echoing off the mud-brick walls. Even the children join, stamping their feet, clapping hands in sync. Music here is everywhere, in temples, in taverns, in private homes. Farmers hum while they thresh grain. Boatmen sing rowing songs that rise and fall with their strokes. Even work has its music, but leisure transforms it into something else, something ecstatic, sometimes even intoxicating. Imagine reclining on mats, sipping beer, while professional musicians fill the night with song. The voices rise higher as the beer jugs empty, until the entire courtyard vibrates with joy. Here's a mainstream historical fact. Egyptian tomb paintings often depict feasts filled with music and dance. Rows of harpists, lutanists, and flautists entertain guests reclining with wine cups in hand. The sheer detail of these scenes reveals how central music was, not just as background noise, but as an essential ingredient of celebration. But there's more than beauty here. There's quirkiness too. Archaeologists discovered songs inscribed on papyrus that included lyrics warning partygoers not to drink too much. Yes, imagine ancient Egyptians belting out something like, "Don't get drunk, your words will shame you." It's both practical advice and proof that rowdy nights were common enough to warrant musical reminders. You chuckle, picturing someone slurring along off-key while the scribe rolls his eyes in the corner. And yet, scholars still debate how deeply this culture of festivity reached across classes. Were lavish feasts with music reserved only for elites? Or did common villagers host smaller but equally raucous gatherings? Some argue the images we see in tombs are exaggerated, idealized visions of eternal banquets. Others counter with evidence of simpler instruments like clay rattles and bone flutes found in everyday homes, suggesting that even laborers sang and danced when work was done. Perhaps the truth is that both existed. Grand spectacles in noble estates and humble sing-alongs in village courtyards, each equally alive with music. You follow the sound deeper into the night, and now it shifts. The beat of a drum grows stronger, insistent, and the dancers quicken their steps. Women flip their wigs back, men clap faster, and a kind of ecstatic energy fills the air. Someone pours beer into cups faster than they can be drained. The thick, cloudy liquid dribbles down chins, staining linen, and still they laugh. Your nose fills with the sour, sweet smell of yeast and sweat, your ears with unrelenting rhythm. You realize something important. This isn't mere entertainment, it's a release. For people who labor under the sun, carve stone, haul grain, life is relentless. Music and dance are their rebellion, their escape, their way of saying, "We are more than our work." And so they sing, they laugh, they drown the day's dust in cups of beer, until their voices rasp. A dancer twirls near you, eyes lined in black coal, lips red with ochre. Her bangles jangle as her hips sway, and the crowd whistles approval. You sense both admiration and envy in the air. Admiration for her skill, envy for her freedom in this moment. She laughs, spins away, leaving a trace of perfume and sweat. Across the courtyard, a group of men strike up a drunken boat song, slapping the table as if it were a drum. The lyrics are half serious, half silly, recounting a disastrous fishing trip where someone fell overboard. Everyone roars with laughter, pounding the ground until dust rises. The song grows bawdier, though still within the bounds of PG teasing verses about love, mistakes, and the river's unpredictable moods. The musicians shift again. Now the harpist leans back, plucking slow, mournful notes. The dancers still, swaying gently. The shift in mood is palpable. What was raucous turns reflective. Egyptians used music not just to celebrate, but to remember. Hymns for the dead, chants for the gods, songs of longing all intertwined with daily life. The same harp that throbbed with joy now hums with melancholy. You sip your beer, listening, and realize this duality is the essence of Egypt. Joy and sorrow, laughter and prayer, all woven together. The same people who sing drunken songs at night also chant solemn hymns at dawn. Life is fragile, but music makes it bearable. Step away, into the narrow lane, and even there the echoes follow. A boy whistles on a reed pipe, his dog barking in rhythm. A woman hums softly as she carries a jar on her head. Music seeps everywhere, like the Nile's water seeping into soil. You wonder how quiet it would be without it too quiet, perhaps unbearable. Mainstream history reminds you, the god Hathor was often depicted with a sistrum, a rattle used in temple rituals. Music wasn't only human pleasure, it was divine offering. Every note was a bridge, not just between people, but between earth and gods. And think of this quirky fact. Some banquets included professional mourners who performed dramatic laments between songs of joy, deliberately blending laughter with tears. Can you imagine feasting with beer one moment and weeping with music the next? It feels contradictory, but maybe it mirrors life itself in Egypt, where joy and sorrow constantly dance together. As the night deepens, torches gutter, and the music grows softer. A flute winds down, a harp falls silent, a drum gives one last thump. People lean against each other, sleepy and satisfied. The jugs are empty, the bread gone, the songs fading into memory. You step away, ears still ringing, feet tapping to echoes only you can hear. In the quiet that follows, you realize you've glimpsed something essential. Music and dance in Egypt are not luxuries. They are necessities, tools of survival, defiance against hardship, and celebrations of fleeting joy. They carry prayers, jokes, grief, and love all in the same breath. And tomorrow, when dawn blazes over the Nile again, and the grindstones start, and the donkeys bray, someone will hum a tune, someone will tap a rhythm on wood, someone will laugh, remembering a song from the night before, and the cycle will continue, weaving sound into survival, as eternal as the river itself. The echoes of flutes and laughter still ring faintly in your ears when you rise the next morning, only to be greeted by another rhythm entirely, the rhythm of work. Music may have soothed last night's exhaustion, but daylight belongs to toil. The Nile glimmers under the sun, its surface smooth as glass, and along its banks the hum of labor begins again. Farmers bend in the fields, fishermen cast nets, and boatmen strain against the current. Egypt is alive because its people never stop working in harmony with the river. You make your way down a dusty path to the fields. The smell of damp soil clings to the air, sweet, earthy, heavy. This is flood season, when the Nile has spilled over its banks, leaving behind a thick layer of black silt. It's both blessing and threat. Too little flooding, and famine looms. Too much, and villages drown. Farmers watch the water levels nervously, their entire year balanced on its whim. You pause by a nilometer, a stone column marked with notches, used to measure the river's rise. Officials will record the height, translate it into tax quotas, and the fate of the year will be sealed with ink long before the harvest ripens. Step into the field itself, and your feet sink into mud. Men and women wade ankle-deep, tossing seeds into the wet soil. Oxen strain as wooden plows drag furrows, the animals grunting, their hides slick with sweat. Children scatter behind, clapping to chase birds away from the seeds. The whole family is here, each hand vital. The sun presses down, but the work continues, slow and steady. Imagine the squelch of mud between your toes, the sting of sweat dripping into your eyes, the ache in your shoulders from bending again and again. This is the backbone of Egypt, the daily, relentless labor of coaxing grain from mud. A mainstream historical fact: Egypt's agricultural calendar was divided into 3 seasons: Akhet, flooding; Peret, growing; and Shemu, harvest. Each dictated not just farming, but the rhythm of taxes, festivals, and even temple rituals. The river's cycle was civilization's clock, every life tethered to its rise and fall. Yet even in this practical scene, quirkiness creeps in. Farmers often sang to their cattle, rhythmic chants meant to encourage the beasts to pull plows more steadily. Some texts record lyrics so simple and repetitive you can almost hear them. Pull, oxen, pull, the field will feed us all. Imagine humming along, your voice mingling with grunts of animals and the splash of mud, transforming back-breaking work into something almost musical. But historians still argue whether Egyptian farmers were relatively prosperous compared to peasants elsewhere. Some suggest the Nile's predictability meant they lived with more stability and less hunger than people in harsher climates. Others counter with evidence of skeletal remains showing malnutrition, tooth decay from gritty bread, and signs of overwork. Were these farmers fortunate masters of fertile land, or were they bent-backed laborers just scraping by? The debate lingers, like the haze of heat above the fields. Leaving the farmers, you follow the path to the riverbank, where fishermen prepare their nets. The smell here changes sharp, briny, mixed with rotting scales. Men crouch, repairing nets woven from flax, their fingers quick and sure. Others balance in reed boats, casting nets in wide arcs that slap against the water. The river comes alive with splashes, scales flashing silver. Some fishermen use spears, poised and precise, striking down with practiced ease. Children wade nearby, catching smaller fish with woven baskets, squealing as slippery bodies wriggle free. Fish are vital, the poor man's meat, eaten daily by most households. Some are salted and dried on racks in the sun, the air thick with their pungent stench. Others are roasted over open flames, sizzling fat dripping onto coals. You wrinkle your nose, but your stomach growls because here, hunger trumps odor. Imagine biting into charred fish wrapped in bread, greasy fingers licking clean. Not luxurious, but deeply satisfying. You stroll further and find papyrus cutters knee-deep in reeds. With curved knives they slice stalks, bundling them on their backs. Some stalks will become boats, others baskets, mats, or, if carefully processed, the papyrus sheets on which scribes write. Even harvesting reeds is work woven into every thread of society. The smell of cut green stalks is fresh, almost sweet, a brief reprieve from sweat and fish. And then there are the boatmen. You watch them push off from the bank, poles stabbing into the riverbed. Their sails billow with painted symbols, lotuses, eyes, protective charms. The creak of wood, the slap of water, the shouted commands form their own work song. Goods move by river, grain, stone, beer, even animals. The Nile is highway, lifeline, and burden, all at once. Without it, the desert would swallow everything. By midday, the sun is merciless. Farmers retreat under palm trees to gnaw on onions and bread. Fishermen pull boats ashore, gutting catches with quick slashes. The river smells of blood and algae, its banks buzzing with flies. Sweat drips from every face, and you feel the exhaustion settle into your own limbs, as though you too had hauled plows and cast nets. Still, Work never stops entirely. In the distance, masons chip stone for temple walls, their hammers ringing against limestone. Potters knead clay, turning it on wheels, shaping jars that will carry grain. Each task feeds the next. Farmers grow, fishermen catch, masons build, potters store, scribes record. Egypt thrives because everyone knows their role in the chain. As dusk approaches, a kind of peace settles. Fields quiet, nets are hauled in, sails furl. Smoke rises from hearths. The smell of fish stew thick with garlic drifting over the village. Farmers wash mud from their legs in the river, laughing as children splash them. Boatmen sing as they tie knots, their voices low and steady. The day's work dissolves into evening rest, and for a moment you feel the calm of completion, of survival secured for one more day. But the truth lingers. This balance is fragile. A poor flood, a broken levee, a plague of locusts, and everything unravels. The fields wither, the river turns enemy, and all the laughter fades into hunger. Perhaps that's why Egyptians prayed so fervently, why temples overflowed with offerings. They knew their work meant nothing without the river's grace. You stand by the Nile as the sun sets, watching the water glow crimson, then fade into shadow. Farmers shoulder their tools, fishermen sling nets across their backs, and the river sighs like a tired god. Work is done, but only for tonight. Tomorrow the cycle begins again. Mud, sweat, song, survival. The Nile gives, the Nile takes, and the people endure. The work of the fields and the clatter of boatmen fade as you step into another space of Egyptian life. The household, the domain where women hold sway. Here, the story of daily survival takes on a different rhythm. Beyond the mud brick walls and reed roofs, women shape family, faith, and sometimes even politics in ways that ripple far beyond their homes. You push open a low wooden door and find yourself in a small courtyard. The smell of baking bread fills the air, mingled with the sharp tang of garlic and the sweet undertone of date wine. A woman squats at a grinding stone, arms moving in practiced circles, her muscles toned from years of the same movement. Beside her, another tends to a clay oven, slipping in loaves and fanning coals with a woven reed. Children hover around them, one tugging at her mother's dress, another chasing a chicken. Life here feels contained, ordinary, yet undeniably powerful because without this labor, Pharaoh's armies and scribes would crumble. You notice how women manage more than kitchens. They spin flax fibers into threads, weaving linen cloth on wooden looms that clatter softly in shaded rooms. A daughter pulls a shuttle back and forth, her brow furrowed, while her mother inspects the edges for tightness. The finished cloth gleams pale and smooth, destined for tunics, bed mats, even mummy wrappings. Linen flows like water through Egyptian society, and women's hands keep it moving. A mainstream historical fact is clear. Egyptian women held more legal rights than many of their contemporaries elsewhere. They could own property, inherit from parents, initiate divorce, and even represent themselves in court. Marriage contracts, written in careful hieratic script, sometimes outlined a woman's rights to land or dowry if her husband cast her aside. It wasn't full equality as you'd imagine it, but it was remarkable for its time. Women were not invisible here. But daily life was not all law and contracts. Quirky tidbits surface in the smallest details. Imagine this: women brewing cosmetics in their kitchens, crushing malachite for green eye paint, blending ochre for lips, mixing fat with herbs to make scented balms. One recipe even called for crocodile dung mixed with honey as a supposed contraceptive, an image equal parts ingenious and, let's admit, uncomfortably absurd. You can picture women whispering to each other, half laughing, half serious, as they experiment with strange brews meant to guard against unwanted pregnancies. Historians still debate the true scope of female power. Some argue that for all their legal rights, most women's lives were bound to domestic labor, their influence limited to kitchens and courtyards. Others point to priestesses, landowners, and even pharaohs like Hatshepsut, who wore the beard of kingship, as evidence that women could ascend to the highest echelons of society. The truth may stretch across both extremes. Most women lived humbly in mud-brick homes, while a rare few broke into the annals of history. You follow one woman as she leaves her house, a jar balanced gracefully on her head. She strides toward the river with steady poise, children skipping at her heels. At the bank, women cluster together, filling jars, scrubbing laundry against smooth stones, gossiping as they work. Their voices rise in chatter and laughter, mixing with the splash of water. The Nile, so often imagined as men's domain of farming and fishing, is also a women's space, a place of community and exchange. Secrets, rumors, and songs flow here as freely as water itself. Back at the house, a grandmother tends to a small shrine carved into the wall. She sprinkles incense and murmurs a prayer to Taweret, the hippopotamus goddess of childbirth. Figurines of protective deities clutter the niche Bes with his squat, grinning face, Hathor with her cow horns. These are not distant gods of temples, but household companions, guardians of sleep, fertility, and family health. Faith in Egypt is intimate, folded into the daily routine like grinding grain or weaving flax. Marriage here is less about ceremony and more about practicality. Couples form unions often in their teens, their partnership marked not by lavish feasts but by contracts and the act of moving in together. A husband may provide his wife with gifts, land, or livestock as dowry, but love poems scratched onto papyrus tell a softer side. She is the only one verse whispers. She makes my neck long when she is near. The tenderness of these words cuts through the dust and grind of daily life, reminding you that affection thrived even in households of mud and smoke. And yet divorce was not unthinkable. A wife might leave her husband, taking her dowry and children. Texts reveal women petitioning courts for fair treatment, their voices preserved in ink. Imagine the boldness of walking into a hall of scribes and demanding justice in your own name. It's a glimpse of autonomy rare in the ancient world. Not all women stayed bound to domestic rhythms. Some rose as priestesses, their roles ranging from tending temple shrines to leading rituals. They shaved their heads, bathed in sacred pools, and chanted hymns before statues of gods. A few even reached the highest office of God's wife of Ammon, wielding influence over temple wealth and politics. You picture a woman cloaked in white linen, her voice rising in solemn prayer, her authority echoing in stone halls. In her hands, the divine and the domestic intertwine. But the vast majority still lived in modest homes, measuring days by loaves baked, linen woven, and children fed. Their hands shaped the future quietly, without fanfare. And in those hands rested resilience, the ability to keep life steady when floods failed, when husbands marched to war, when famine threatened. Egyptian women bore not only children, but the weight of continuity. As the day fades, you return to the courtyard. A woman braids her daughter's hair into tight plaits, humming softly. Another kneels by the oven, pulling out the last loaves, their crusts blackened but fragrant. A grandmother rocks a baby, whispering a prayer against fever. The household hums with activity, but also with love. In these mud-brick walls, you sense strength as enduring as any temple pillar. The sun dips, casting long shadows. Families gather to eat, bread dipped in stews of lentils and leeks, washed down with beer. Women serve, but they also sit and share, their laughter rising with the steam. Children fall asleep in laps, cats curl near their feet, and the courtyard glows with the orange light of a fire. You realize something important. Pharaohs may rule from palaces, priests may chant in temples, but the heart of Egypt beats in its households, in the rhythm set by women. Their hands grind, weave, and cradle. Their voices pray and sing. Their choices ripple through generations. Without them, even the Nile's bounty would mean nothing. As night falls, you climb to the rooftop, joining the family as they spread mats under the stars. The grandmother whispers a final prayer. The mother hushes the children, and the air cools with desert wind. You lie back, gaze at the constellations overhead, and feel the calm of belonging. In this space, beneath linen sheets and a sky full of eternity, life is sustained by women's quiet power. You awake with the sun again, only this time you notice a quieter rhythm in the household, the rhythm of family life itself. Children are rubbing their eyes. Mothers are setting out bread. Fathers are tying belts around their kilts. Beneath the daily churn of grinding grain and fetching water lies another story: marriage, love, and the weaving together of families. Step into a courtyard where a young couple sits side by side, their laughter soft, almost shy. They are newly joined, their home still bare, but the union itself marks a new beginning. Egyptian marriage is not sealed with grand temples or elaborate vows. No priest raises hands. No ceremony is required. Instead, the act is practical. A man brings gifts or a dowry, a woman moves into his home, and suddenly they are husband and wife. It is astonishingly simple, almost invisible to outsiders. Yet within that simplicity lies a depth of feeling that tomb paintings and papyrus verses whisper about across the centuries. Here's a mainstream historical fact. Egyptians cherished love poetry. From the New Kingdom especially, songs written in flowing lines survive, describing longing, passion, and tenderness. "My heart is in your hand," one reads, "and I cannot live apart from you." These verses are intimate, surprisingly modern in their vulnerability, revealing marriages not only as contracts but as relationships filled with desire and affection. But just as love fills these households, so do the practicalities of law. Marriage contracts often spelled out responsibilities: what the husband owed, what the wife retained if the union dissolved. Some contracts promised a set amount of silver or grain in case of divorce. Imagine reading such a papyrus by flickering lamplight, knowing your security rested on these careful lines of ink. For women, these agreements could mean the difference between destitution and survival. Now comes the quirky detail. Ancient Egyptians occasionally recorded love charms on scraps of papyrus, spells designed to make someone fall in love. One text even advised burning an amulet, grinding its ashes into beer, and serving it secretly to the beloved. Picture a hopeful young woman sneaking such a concoction to the man she desired, fingers crossed as he gulped down the thick brew. Was it magic, or just boldness disguised as spellwork? Either way, the longing feels familiar, doesn't it? Historians still wrestle with a debate here. Were Egyptian marriages primarily matters of convenience and property, or were they truly rooted in affection? Some point to the prominence of dowries, contracts, and inheritance as evidence that marriage was essentially economic. Others highlight the poetry, the tomb scenes of couples holding hands, the letters preserved in which husbands wrote to dead wives, begging their spirits to intercede for them in the afterlife. Perhaps both perspectives are right, because love and practicality have always tangled together in the human heart. You wander into another courtyard, where a wedding feast is in motion. Platters of roasted duck and piles of bread fill the tables. Jugs of beer are passed from hand to hand, laughter growing louder with every sip. Musicians play flutes and clappers, and dancers sway between guests. Children dart through legs, stealing figs, while elders sit in corners nodding approval. The air smells of garlic and sweet wine, the heat softened by the joy of celebration. Marriage here may not have pomp in the temple, but it thrives in feasts, laughter, and the weaving of families into a larger community. The bond of marriage continues into daily routine. You see a wife kneeling by the hearth, stirring lentils, while her husband repairs a broken stool nearby. They exchange small words, gestures, a glance that lingers. Later, they sit together on the roof, watching children chase each other. It is ordinary, yet powerful. Their union anchors the household, ensuring food, care, and continuity. Divorce, too, is part of the rhythm. Contrary to what you might expect, it is neither scandalous nor rare. If love or practicality fails, couples part, taking their possessions with them. A wife may return to her father's home, dowry intact, children often in her care. Imagine the strength required to walk away, to start again, in a society where every hand is needed to survive. Yet such records exist, proof that Egyptians valued fairness in separation as much as in union. The wider family thrives around these marriages. Grandparents tell stories at night, their voices carrying myths of gods and heroes. Aunts and uncles share work in the fields or trade in the markets. Cousins tumble together in the dust, laughing until dusk. The household is rarely nuclear. It stretches across generations, woven into a net of care and responsibility. Step into a tomb painting, and you'll see couples depicted side by side for eternity. The wife drapes an arm across her husband's shoulder, the gesture tender, intimate. They are shown as equals in death, even if not always in life. You run your fingers over the carved stone, tracing the outlines of hands joined across millennia. Love, or at least companionship, was considered worth carrying into the afterlife. Yet tensions were inevitable. A man might take a second wife, though records suggest polygamy was rare outside of pharaohs and elites. More often, disputes centered on property, jealousy, or infertility. Whispers of household quarrels travel across centuries, echoes of slammed doors and sharp words, so familiar they could belong to any age. And amid it all, children grow. Their cries at birth, their laughter in games, their help in the fields. These are the fruits of marriage, the continuation of the household line. Parents pray fervently for sons to inherit and daughters to marry well, but they also treasure them simply as joy. Imagine a mother rocking her infant in the starlight, singing a lullaby about the Nile's floods, while the father leans against the wall, tired but smiling. As night falls, you climb once again to a rooftop. Couples lie side by side under linen sheets, children curled between them. A husband whispers to his wife about tomorrow's work. She responds with a sleepy hum. Above them, the stars burn steady, constellations shaped into gods and guardians. In the hush of that rooftop, you feel the essence of Egyptian family life. Love mixed with practicality, affection braided with duty, dreams laced with survival. And maybe that is the truth of it. In a land where the Nile decides everything, people cling to each other not only for passion but for endurance. Marriage is contract and companionship, law and longing, practicality and poetry. And when morning comes, they will rise together, grind grain, haul water, discipline children, and hope that the river once again brings life instead of famine. The rooftops are quiet again, couples whispering under the stars, but you notice another sound rising in the distance, a low chant, punctuated by the rattle of a sistrum. It's not a feast or a song of love this time. It's something stranger, something more serious. You follow the sound into the house of a healer, where the smell of resin and honey drifts through the air, thick and sweet, masking the sharper odor of sickness. Step inside, and you see a man stretched on a mat, his arm wrapped in linen. A healer kneels over him, carefully smearing a paste that glistens golden in the lamplight. You lean closer and realize what it is. Honey. It soaks into the cloth, sticky and fragrant. And you remember what modern science later confirmed. Honey has antibacterial properties. This is no superstition alone. It is practical medicine, centuries ahead of its time. On a nearby shelf rests another mixture. Bread, gone moldy, scraped into a poultice and pressed onto wounds. You blink at the oddity, then recall that mold, though not understood in their terms, carries the same principle as penicillin. Imagine the astonishment of a farmer whose festering cut begins to heal after such a treatment. They thought it was magic. You know it was microbiology whispering in the dark. Here's a mainstream historical fact. Egyptian medicine combined practical remedies with spiritual incantations. Surviving medical papyri, such as the Ebers papyrus, describe hundreds of prescriptions: honey for wounds, willow bark for pain, garlic for infections. But alongside these, they record spells, chants, and invocations to drive out demons thought to cause illness. For Egyptians, Healing was never just physical, it was spiritual warfare. And the quirky tidbit? Some remedies included ingredients so bizarre they border on the absurd. Crocodile dung, donkey hooves, lizard blood, each mixed with herbs or wine, swallowed or smeared, depending on the ailment. One recipe even recommended dried mouse paste for toothache. Picture a healer grinding a mouse into powder, solemnly assuring you it will numb the pain. Would you drink it, desperate as you are with aching teeth? Probably, if it was all you had. Yet scholars still debate the balance between science and superstition in Egyptian medicine. Some argue the practical remedies reveal a genuine proto-scientific approach, rooted in observation and trial. Others insist that spells and magical thinking dominated, and that success was often coincidence rather than knowledge. Perhaps both are true. Necessity drove experimentation, but faith framed the results. You move deeper into the healer's chamber, where jars line the shelves. Some are filled with frankincense resin, sharp and citrusy. Others hold ground malachite, bright green, used both for eye paint and as an antiseptic. There are dried figs for digestive troubles, cumin seeds for bloating, and lotus blossoms steeped in wine as a sleep aid. The air is rich with overlapping scents, sweet, pungent, bitter. A woman enters carrying a sick child. His skin is hot, his eyes glassy. She pleads with the healer, who whispers a prayer to Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of plague. He waves a burning stick of incense over the boy, chanting words that sound like a lullaby. Then he offers a syrup made of honey and herbs, coaxing it between the child's lips. Will it work? Maybe. But even if it doesn't, the ritual calms the mother. The prayer gives hope, and sometimes hope itself is a medicine. Outside, you find another scene. A man sitting in the dust, clutching his stomach. His neighbors laugh gently, telling him he ate too many onions. A healer mixes a concoction of peppermint leaves and beer, pressing it into his hands. He gulps it down, belches loudly, and suddenly feels relief. It's half cure, half humor, but it works. In the temple precincts, medicine becomes even more complex. Priests trained in healing recite long incantations, mixing herbs in sacred pools, applying oils blessed by gods. Some temples even function as proto-hospitals, places where the sick came to sleep in the presence of statues, hoping for divine dreams that revealed cures. Imagine lying on a stone floor, surrounded by murmurs, incense, and flickering torchlight, waiting for a god to whisper your healing in sleep. At home, remedies are passed down through generations. Mothers teach daughters how to soothe burns with aloe, how to ease childbirth with prayers to Taweret, how to rub goose fat on aching joints. Grandmothers tell children to chew licorice root for sore throats. These small acts of healing are as constant as bread baking or water hauling, woven seamlessly into the fabric of daily life. Night falls, and the healer sits by lamplight, writing on ostraca with a reed pen. He records symptoms, treatments, prayers. Some of these notes survive into your time, fragments of human trial and error across millennia. Reading them, you sense a kinship, the same hope, the same fear, the same stubborn refusal to surrender to illness. And sometimes, despite everything, healing fails. You walk past a mourning house where a body lies wrapped in linen. Wailing women beat their chests, their voices roar. Someone mutters that the gods were angry, that demons stole the breath. The healer bows his head. His honey and herbs could not change the outcome. Yet tomorrow someone else will come to him, desperate, hopeful, willing to believe, and he will mix his potions, chant his prayers, and fight again. You realize, watching all this, that medicine in Egypt is not so alien after all. Even today, you balance science and faith, pills and prayers, remedies and hope. The Egyptians simply made no distinction. To them, the gods lived in every jar of honey, every chant, every poultice of mouldy bread. Healing was never separate from the divine, it was the divine, written in herbs and whispered in smoke. As you leave, the healer extinguishes his lamp. The night is heavy with silence, broken only by a mother singing softly to her recovering child. You breathe the air, still tinged with honey and resin, and feel the persistence of human care. Thousands of years ago, with fewer tools than you can imagine, they still fought illness with everything they had. And tomorrow, as long as the Nile flows and people live by its banks, the fight will continue, part science, part spell, wholly human. The night of chants and medicine fades, and by morning the village is awake again. This time, however, you notice something altogether stranger. Animals wandering through courtyards, riverbanks, and temples with an importance that goes far beyond food or farm work. In Egypt, creatures are never just creatures. They are protectors, companions, offerings, and sometimes, unlucky for them, dinner. Cats, crocodiles, ibises, and even beetles carry a weight of meaning that stretches from kitchens to tombs. Start with the most familiar, the cat. You stoop in a doorway where a sleek feline lounges, eyes glowing green in the dim light. She flicks her tail lazily, then darts after a mouse with a grace so sharp it almost looks divine. For Egyptians, cats are not just pets but guardians. They keep grain stores safe by hunting rodents, but they also symbolize Bastet, the cat-headed goddess of home and fertility. Archaeologists have uncovered entire cemeteries of mummified cats, wrapped in linen, buried with care. Clearly, these animals were more than companions, they were messengers to the divine. It's widely accepted that households often fed their cats well, even adorning them with collars of faience beads. A painting in a noble's tomb even shows a cat seated under a dining chair, ready to snatch a morsel of fish from its master's plate. That image feels timeless, the sly pet waiting for scraps, just as cats still do thousands of years later. But here comes an odd twist. While cats were revered, dogs also held a strong place in Egyptian hearts. Some wore collars inscribed with names like Brave One or Good Herdsman. One particularly famous hound, Abutiyu, was buried with honors in the reign of a pharaoh, his tomb inscription praising his loyalty. Imagine living in a place where not only kings but dogs could receive eternal recognition. Not all animals were cuddly companions. Some were dangerous neighbors. The Nile itself churned with crocodiles, huge and silent, slipping into water with terrifying ease. And yet, in certain temples, these creatures were sacred. Sobek, the crocodile god, embodied strength and fertility. Priests at Crocodilopolis, yes, the name says it all, cared for live crocodiles, feeding them, adorning them with jewelry, and mummifying them upon death. Picture a priest lowering a crocodile draped in gold into a tomb, chanting prayers while you nervously wonder if the animal is actually asleep or only pretending. Another creature soars overhead, the ibis. With its curved beak and elegant stride, this bird was sacred to Thoth, god of wisdom and writing. Thousands of ibis mummies have been found, packed into catacombs like feathered scrolls of devotion. To see one strut along the riverbank today, you'd never guess its divine connection, but in ancient Egypt, its silhouette was wisdom incarnate. Meanwhile, the humble scarab beetle scuttles across the sand, small, shiny, rolling a ball of dung larger than itself. It seems laughable. Yet for Egyptians, this was the cycle of the sun. Rebirth, renewal. The god Khepri pushing the sun across the sky. Scarab amulets were worn by rich and poor alike, tucked into wrappings of mummies, carved into seals, pressed into clay. One tiny insect became the emblem of eternity. Still, not all scholars agree on the extent of genuine animal devotion. Some argue that the mass animal cemeteries show sincere reverence, that Egyptians saw animals as vital links to their gods. Others suggest these mummies were more like temple merchandise, mass-produced offerings purchased by worshippers to curry divine favor. Were they cherished companions or spiritual commodities? The answer remains tangled in linen wrappings and conflicting evidence. But devotion was never purely symbolic. Animals often lived directly in the home. Step into a courtyard, And you might find a monkey on a leash, squawking parrots in a wooden cage, or even a goose waddling among children. These pets delighted their owners but also signaled status. A noble could show off exotic animals imported from Nubia or the Levant: baboons, cheetahs, even giraffes. Imagine parading through the streets with a giraffe at your side. It's absurd, yet records suggest it happened. Food, of course, complicates the picture. While some animals were sacred, others went straight into pots. Ducks, geese, and cattle were raised for meat, though only the wealthy ate them often. The poor relied on fish, goats, and occasional poultry. And here lies the contradiction. The same duck revered in temple offerings might be roasted for dinner in a noble's courtyard. Reverence and appetite coexisted, separated only by context. One amusing footnote to all this: ancient Egyptians sometimes gave their pets extravagant burials, but occasionally they also slipped them into human tombs almost as afterthoughts. Archaeologists once found a cat skeleton under a pile of furniture in a tomb, suggesting that someone either forgot to give it a proper burial or simply thought, why not toss the pet in with the goods? It's both touching and slightly comedic eternal companionship, improvised. And then there are the work animals, often forgotten in the glow of sacred cats and jeweled crocodiles. Donkeys bray endlessly in the streets, hauling grain sacks, dragging carts, and stumbling through markets. Oxen plough fields, their broad shoulders moving in rhythm with farmers' chants. Horses arrive later in Egyptian history, pulling chariots and reshaping warfare. These beasts of burden rarely earned mummification or jewelry, but without them, the civilization's daily grind would collapse. Walk to the riverbank at dusk, and you see this animal world in full motion. Cats slink between storage jars, chasing shadows. Dogs bark at strangers, tails wagging when their masters call. Ibis birds strut along the shore, stabbing fish with quick beaks. A crocodile drifts in the distance, its eyes like twin lanterns on the water. Donkeys bray as they're tied for the night. Oxen snort as they're led into pens, and goats bleat while children try to corral them. The air is alive with calls, cries, and chirps, a chorus of creatures living alongside humans. Egypt without its animals would be unrecognizable. They are protectors, workers, companions, gods, and meals all at once. They weave into songs, prayers, and daily routines. And as you sit on a rooftop that evening, a cat curling up beside you while a dog barks far away, you understand the paradox. Animals are both sacred and ordinary, eternal symbols and everyday nuisances. And maybe that is what makes them so compelling. In a land where humans struggled daily against sun and flood, animals reminded them of powers beyond themselves: strength, cunning, fertility, protection. They were both helpers and mysteries, both pets and prophets. And long after the households crumble, their mummies and amulets remain, whispering across the sand. We mattered too. You leave the riverbank, where crocodiles slip silently through the reeds, and make your way toward a cluster of towering columns on the horizon. The heat shimmers, but even from a distance the stone seems to hum with permanence. This is no mud-brick house, no reed boat or goat pen. This is a temple, vast, immovable, rising from the earth like a mountain carved by human hands. And in Egypt, temples are never just religious sites. They are schools, banks, archives, and community centers, the very engines that keep daily life turning. Step beneath the looming pylons, their walls carved with figures of gods and pharaohs larger than life. The air inside is cooler, shaded by stone, scented with incense that clings to your clothes. Here, the gods live among humans, their images locked in sanctuaries, their power sustained by offerings. Yet beyond these sacred rites, temples function as the administrative heart of society. Officials tally grain in storerooms, scribes copy contracts, and priests supervise education. This is not just a place to pray, it is the very skeleton of the kingdom. Archaeological evidence makes this clear. Temples often controlled vast tracts of farmland, operated granaries, and employed thousands of workers. They owned fleets of boats, herds of cattle, and even breweries. To walk into a temple is to step into an economic powerhouse, where the divine and the practical intertwine seamlessly. But here's an odd detail that makes you pause. Temples were also libraries of a sort. Scrolls of medicine, astronomy, hymns, and magic were stored in chambers called the House of Life. Imagine wandering through rows of papyrus rolls, some recipes for curing fevers, others star charts predicting the flood, others stories of gods quarreling in heaven. The temple was the ancient equivalent of both a university and a research lab, with priests as professors and scribes as graduate students scribbling furiously. Still, academics remain divided on just how accessible temples were to ordinary people. Some argue that they functioned like true community centers, distributing food during shortages and serving as courts for disputes. Others suggest they were more exclusive, controlled tightly by priestly elites, with commoners allowed only into outer courtyards, while inner chambers remained mysteries. Were temples welcoming hubs of civic life, or imposing fortresses of privilege? The debate lingers in the shadow of their walls. You wander further inside and notice storerooms stacked with clay jars, grain spills from woven baskets, the smell earthy and sweet. This is Pharaoh's wealth, safeguarded by the gods. Taxes collected from farmers flow here, filling the temple granaries, ensuring both priests and workers remain fed. In times of famine, these stores could mean survival or, depending on politics, they could be withheld as leverage. The temple is both pantry and treasury, its jars as powerful as any golden idol. In another chamber, boys sit cross-legged with shards of pottery, scratching out hieratic script under the watchful eye of a teacher-priest. Their voices drone in unison as they recite proverbs, "Do not be lazy, or you will be beaten." This is where literacy spreads, where future scribes cut their teeth on the discipline of repetition. Education flows through temples, shaping generations who will one day manage Pharaoh's state. You picture the mixture of boredom and pride in their young faces, the same look you've seen in classrooms anywhere. Temples also serve as centers of healing. You peek into a side hall where a priest tends to a patient, chanting over an amulet while rubbing oil onto a swollen leg. Medicine, magic, and faith collide again, just as you saw with the village healer. But here, the scale is larger, more formal. The temple legitimizes the practice, binding health to divinity. A villager might come here seeking both a cure and a blessing, hoping the gods themselves will intercede. And then there is justice. In certain temples, disputes are heard and resolved. A scribe reads out contracts, a priest listens to testimony, and verdicts are pronounced in the shadow of God's statues. To argue your case here is to place it in divine hands, whether you trust the fairness of men or not. The blending of sacred and legal authority makes the temple a court as well as a sanctuary. One amusing footnote emerges in the temple's less solemn corners. Graffiti, yes, graffiti has been found on temple walls. Carvings by workers, scribbles by pilgrims, sometimes crude jokes or names scrawled for eternity. It reminds you that even in the holiest of places, humans cannot resist leaving their mark, sometimes irreverent, sometimes playful. Imagine a bored guard leaning on his spear, secretly scratching a doodle of a cat, chasing a goose onto sacred stone. Eternity is long, after all, and boredom doesn't spare even the pious. Step back into the main hall, and you're dwarfed by statues of gods. Their faces are stern, eyes unblinking, arms holding symbols of power. But the hall is not silent. Priests bustle in and out, sweeping floors, arranging offerings, carrying trays of bread and beer. The temple breathes with activity, more like a palace than a quiet sanctuary. Behind closed doors, treasures are counted: gold vessels, jeweled collars, lapis lazuli amulets. Wealth here is not only spiritual but dazzlingly material. As dusk descends, the temple begins to glow. Torches flicker against carved walls, making the gods appear to move, their shadows dancing in rhythm with the chants. Villagers gather outside the gates, hoping to catch a glimpse of the procession that will spill from the inner sanctuary. Tonight, a sacred image will be carried on a bark, borne on priests' shoulders, paraded through the streets with music and incense. The smell of myrrh wafts on the breeze, the sound of drums thunders, and the crowd roars with devotion. For them, the temple is not some abstract seat of power, it is a living bridge between earth and heaven. And yet, beneath all the grandeur, you recognize the practical heartbeat of this place. It feeds, it teaches, it heals, it records, it judges. The temple is not only a house for gods, but the central square of society, radiating influence into every corner of life. Without it, Pharaoh's rule would falter, farmers' harvests would crumble into chaos, and even the humblest villager would feel the loss. You step back into the night, the stars burning high, and glance once more at the massive pylons silhouetted against the sky. They look eternal, yet you know even stone crumbles. Still, for the people here, these temples are anchors, steady amid the uncertainties of flood and famine. And as you walk away, incense still clinging to your hair, you understand, to live in Egypt is to live in the shadow of temples, where gods and grain, law and laughter, are all bound together under one roof of stone. The temple gates close behind you, incense still clinging to your clothes, but the sounds inside do not fade. You can still hear the murmurs of priests chanting as they go about their daily duties. And it is in their hands that much of Egypt's invisible labor rests, the endless rituals that keep gods content and the world in balance. Priests are everywhere in this civilization, though rarely seen in the village streets. To glimpse them closely is to witness a life dedicated to sacred repetition, where even the smallest gesture is charged with cosmic weight. At dawn, while most of the village is still stretching into wakefulness, priests are already at work. They rise before the sun, bathe in cool water, shave their heads and bodies, and dress in fresh white linen. Purity is everything. A single stray hair, a smear of dirt, could render the day's rituals useless. Some records even suggest priests bathed 4 times daily, dousing themselves with cold water regardless of season. You shiver at the thought of plunging into the Nile on a chilly morning, all to ensure the gods won't be offended by a speck of sweat. Inside the temple, the ritual unfolds like theatre. The inner sanctuary is dark, its doors locked overnight. A senior priest approaches, key in hand, and with solemn words breaks the seal of the divine bedroom. There, in the silence, stands the cult statue of the god. To you, it looks like carved stone or gilded wood, but to Egyptians it is no mere object, it is the living essence of the deity. Every morning, it must be woken, bathed, dressed, and fed, as though it were a person of flesh and blood. One well-documented detail describes how priests washed these statues with sacred water, anointed them with fragrant oils, dressed them in fine linen, and offered platters of bread, beer, meat, and fruit. Then incense was burned, chants were whispered, and the god was left to enjoy the meal in divine silence. Only afterward could the offerings be removed and distributed among temple staff. The cycle was endless, performed day after day, ensuring the gods never felt neglected. Yet there are curious moments buried in these rituals. For example, some accounts suggest that if the priest stumbled or misspoke during the ceremony, the entire process had to be started again from the beginning. Imagine the dread of a young apprentice accidentally coughing mid-prayer, forcing his elders to reset hours of painstaking ritual. One can almost hear the collective groan of weary priests, rolling their eyes as incense is relit for the 3rd time that morning. And there is still debate among modern scholars about just how much of this ritual was seen by ordinary people. Some argue that the entire performance was hidden away in sanctuaries, with villagers left outside to watch processions only on festival days. Others suggest that glimpses of the god's statue may have been granted to the faithful in certain ceremonies. Did common Egyptians truly believe their gods were personally fed and clothed each day, or did they understand it as symbolic? The evidence refuses to give a single clear answer. Walk around the temple precinct and you find priests of many ranks. High priests wield enormous influence, controlling temple lands, labor, and wealth. Lesser priests tend lamps, sweep floors, or guard storerooms. Some specialize in music, shaking the sistrum in honor of Hathor. Others act as healers, blending herbs and prayers. Then there are the lector priests, masters of words, chanting spells with precise intonation. Each role matters. Each action contributes to the fragile balance between gods and men. But priestly life is not all solemnity. Records mention them playing board games in their downtime, gossiping, even quarreling over temple resources. In one ostracon from Deir el-Medina, a scribe complains about priests stealing temple bread for themselves. You can imagine the scene: men in white linen sneaking extra loaves from the offering trays, justifying it by muttering, "The god doesn't need all of it." Outside the sanctuaries, priests interact with villagers too. Some interpret dreams, others provide amulets against illness or misfortune. A farmer might come to a priest with a sick child, hoping for a charm to drive out demons. The priest recites words, presses a scarab into clay, and suddenly the burden feels lighter. Whether the cure works or not, the ritual gives comfort, and comfort is sometimes enough. Then there are the sacred animals. In certain temples, priests feed and tend creatures thought to embody divine power. Crocodiles for Sobek, cats for Bastet, ibises for Thoth. They wash them, adorn them with jewelry, and bury them with reverence when they die. You picture a priest coaxing a stubborn crocodile with chunks of meat, whispering prayers while hoping not to lose a hand. It's devotion mixed with daily absurdity, the sacred colliding with the practical. Festivals reveal another side of priesthood. On these days, priests lead processions, carrying the god's statue outside the sanctuary, parading it on gilded barks through streets or along the Nile. Music blares, incense clouds the air, and the crowd erupts in joy. For villagers, these are the only moments when the divine presence feels close, almost tangible. Priests become mediators, bringing gods into the public eye, reminding everyone that their hard work in the fields is noticed by higher powers. But not all priests are beloved. Their wealth, drawn from temple lands and offerings, sometimes sparks resentment. Imagine watching them dine on bread and beef, taken from temple stores while your family scrapes by on onions and beer. The divide between sacred duty and earthly privilege could easily breed suspicion. Even in ancient times, people likely whispered that priests were as skilled at politics as they were at prayer. Night falls, and the temple gates close again. Inside, priests prepare the sanctuary for sleep, extinguishing lamps, whispering final prayers. The god is put to rest, locked away until dawn. Outside, the village settles into its own rhythm, unaware of the tiny rituals continuing behind stone walls. As you lie under the stars, you reflect on the sheer repetition of it all. Every morning, every evening, priests repeat the cycle. Bathe, dress, feed, chant, lock the doors. It must have felt both exhausting and reassuring, a constant rhythm in a world ruled by the unpredictable Nile. Perhaps that is why it endured for millennia. Ritual gave shape to time, making chaos feel manageable. And so, tomorrow, they will do it again. The statues will be bathed, the incense will rise, the bread will be eaten, and the cycle of devotion will continue. Pharaohs may die, dynasties may fall, but the priests will keep their gods awake, clothed, and fed just in case eternity is watching. The sun climbs once more, and this time the air is alive with excitement. It's not an ordinary day of grinding grain or ploughing fields. Today is a festival, and in Egypt, festivals are the moments when the sacred and the ordinary collide, when villagers can step into the god's world, even if only for a few hours. If the daily rituals of the priests remain hidden behind temple walls, festivals are when those walls open wide, spilling music, food, and chaos into the streets. You arrive at the temple gates to find the crowd already swelling. Women wear freshly washed linen, their eyes rimmed with thick black kohl. Men clasp necklaces of faience beads, children cling to their mothers' tunics, and vendors jostle with baskets of figs and jars of beer. The smell of roasting goose drifts through the air, mingling with incense smoke pouring from the temple. The crowd hums with anticipation, eyes fixed on the massive doors that conceal the god's image. Inside, priests are preparing the sacred bark, a gilded boat with a canopy, its sides inlaid with precious stones. On its deck rests the cult statue, veiled from direct sight, yet its presence is palpable. When the doors creak open, the roar of the crowd rises like thunder. Priests step forward, their heads shaved, linen robes gleaming, shouldering the bark's heavy poles. They carry the god out into sunlight, and for a brief moment, the villagers feel heaven has descended into their midst. Most Egyptologists agree that festivals were central to Egyptian identity. They were scheduled throughout the year to mark harvests, solstices, and anniversaries of God's deeds. These events gave rhythm to time, turning the uncertainty of floods and famines into celebrations of renewal. Some festivals lasted a single day, others stretched for weeks, pulling entire towns into the grip of ritual and revelry. And here comes an odd glimpse preserved in papyrus texts. One festival, the Festival of Drunkenness, in honor of Hathor, encouraged participants to drink beer until they collapsed in ecstatic stupor. The myth behind it tells of Hathor, transformed into a vengeful goddess, who nearly destroyed humanity until tricked with vats of red beer that looked like blood. She drank, became intoxicated, and forgot her rage. Each year, Egyptians reenacted this by consuming staggering amounts of beer, staggering home under the stars, convinced they had helped renew the god's mercy. Imagine thousands of people in linen kilts wobbling down alleys, laughing too loudly, while priests solemnly explained that this chaos was holy. But there is still debate among scholars about the social function of these festivals. Were they meant as true opportunities for common people to connect with their gods? Or were they carefully staged tools of control, reinforcing Pharaoh's authority? Some argue the joy was genuine, that festivals allowed villagers to feel close to the divine, to share in food, drink, and spectacle. Others suggest that the pageantry reminded everyone of their place, that Pharaoh and priests mediated the gods, and that without them, the people would have no access at all. Perhaps, as with most things, both readings hold some truth. The procession begins. Priests carry the bark on their shoulders, swaying under its weight, moving down avenues lined with sycamores. Musicians follow, beating drums, clanging clappers, piping shrill flutes. Dancers whirl, their bracelets jingling, their bare feet stamping dust into golden clouds. The crowd surges forward, waving palm fronds, shouting hymns. Somewhere, a man faints, overcome by heat and excitement, and is dragged out by his laughing friends. Along the river, the bark is placed on a real boat, sails unfurled, and the god is carried upstream in glory. Villagers line the banks, tossing flowers into the water, singing hymns that echo across fields. For them, this is more than spectacle, it is reassurance. The gods are alive, attentive, present. The Nile's floods, the harvest's bounty, the safety of their children all depend on these fragile connections. Meanwhile, vendors seize the opportunity. Beer flows in thick jugs, frothy and sour. Skewers of roasted fish are sold hot, the smell sharp and tempting. Children lick honey cakes, their faces sticky, while older men lean against walls already unsteady from too much drink. One amusing note from ancient records describes festival goers climbing trees to glimpse processions, only to topple down when beer overpowered balance. You can picture the scene: a tipsy man dangling from a sycamore, priests glaring, while the crowd roars with laughter. At nightfall, the celebration intensifies. Torches flare, shadows leap across walls, music grows wilder. Women dance with abandon, their wigs slipping, their laughter high. Men beat rhythms on overturned jars, their songs growing bawdier as the beer jugs empty. Children run in packs, shrieking, waving burning reeds like sparklers. For one night, order dissolves, and chaos becomes holy. But even chaos has purpose. In Egypt, festivals reaffirm the cosmic cycle. Joy follows toil, abundance follows scarcity, rebirth follows death. When the crowd drinks itself into stupor, it isn't just indulgence, it is reenactment of divine myth, a way of keeping the universe balanced. The boundary between sacred and profane blurs until you can no longer tell whether you are at a party or a prayer service. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Still, not everyone views festivals the same way. The elite may grumble at drunken crowds, fearing disorder. Farmers may relish the break from endless work. Priests may struggle to maintain dignity as worshippers stagger in the dust. But for the ordinary villager, the festival is a rare chance to taste something larger than themselves. The gods are no longer locked in sanctuaries, they are here, dancing in the streets, spilling beer on your sandals. By dawn the frenzy softens, torches die, music fades, and the sacred bark returns to the temple. Priests lock the doors once more, leaving villagers to nurse headaches and scrape mud from their feet. The streets smell of stale beer, crushed flowers, and extinguished smoke. People stumble home, their laughter exhausted but content. And yet, the memory lingers. For days, villagers will speak of the gods' procession, the beauty of the dancers, the hilarity of the drunk man in the tree. The festival becomes story becomes tradition, and tradition binds community together. It is not just a day of joy, it is glue for the social fabric. You leave the temple precinct as the sun rises again, watching the last of the revelers drag themselves home. Dust covers your sandals, your throat still tastes faintly of beer, and your ears buzz with echoes of drums. You realize that festivals in Egypt are more than a holiday. They are lifelines, pulling people through the grind of fields, taxes, and sweat with the promise of joy. And tomorrow, the cycle of work will return. But in their memories, and perhaps even in their dreams, villagers will carry the sound of drums, the smell of incense, and the fleeting certainty that the gods walked among them for just one night. The festival's echoes still vibrate in your ears when you wake to a new scene. The slow, deliberate march of workers hauling stone. The Nile gleams under the rising sun, and on its banks stand colossal blocks of limestone waiting to be dragged, lifted, and locked into place. This is the great labor of Egypt, the building of pyramids and temples, an endeavor so immense that even millennia later it still sparks awe and endless speculation. You step closer, and the soundscape changes. Whips do not crack as Hollywood might have you believe. Instead, the air is filled with the grunt of men pulling ropes, the creak of wooden sledges sliding over mud-slick tracks, and the steady beat of overseers clapping rhythm with sticks to keep time. Thousands of workers move as one, sweat streaming down their backs, sand grinding beneath their sandals. The dust is blinding, the sun merciless, but the rhythm continues, as unstoppable as the Nile itself. Most Egyptologists agree that these monumental projects were not built by slaves, but by conscripted laborers and skilled workers. Seasonal farming cycles freed peasants during the flood months when fields lay underwater. Pharaohs seized this opportunity, drafting entire villages into construction brigades. In return, workers received rations of bread, beer, onions, and sometimes even meat. The pyramids, then, were not monuments of chains, but of taxes, granaries of labor poured into stone. And there's one curious discovery that reshaped how we imagine these sites. Archaeologists unearthed bakeries and breweries right beside pyramid complexes. Loaves were baked in massive batches, beer brewed in huge vats, feeding thousands daily. Workers weren't starving slaves but well-fed laborers, at least by ancient standards. Imagine trudging away from hauling a 2-ton block, collapsing into the shade, and gulping down a jug of frothy beer before returning for another round. Grueling, yes, but not without sustenance. Yet researchers continue to argue over logistics. How did Egyptians move stones weighing several tons? Some suggest wooden sledges dragged over sand lubricated with water. Others propose intricate ramps spiraling around structures, dismantled as each layer rose. There are even fringe theories about lost technologies, though most scholars stick to clever engineering and raw human determination. The truth remains elusive, leaving room for wonder. Walk further into the construction site, and you notice the hierarchy. Overseers stand tall with staffs, shouting instructions. Scribes sit under makeshift awnings, tallying rations and recording shifts. Skilled masons carve blocks with copper chisels, smoothing edges until they fit snug as puzzle pieces. Less skilled workers haul baskets of rubble, their muscles trembling under the weight. Even here, in dust and sweat, order reigns. Everyone has a role. Chaos would doom the project. There's even evidence of labor strikes. At Deir el Medina, where tomb builders lived, records show workers downing tools when rations were delayed. One papyrus preserves their complaints. "We are hungry. We have no clothing. We will not work until provisions are brought." Picture a line of exhausted men sitting cross-legged on stone blocks, refusing to budge until overseers begrudgingly deliver more bread. It's a reminder that even in Pharaoh's service, human dignity asserted itself. Pause to listen to the sounds again. The hammering of stone against stone, the scraping of copper tools, the rhythmic chants keeping men in sync. Somewhere, a flute player pipes a tune to lift spirits, turning grueling work into something almost musical. You can almost hear laughter too, jokes traded between pulls, the shared camaraderie of survival. For all its difficulty, this labor binds communities together, forging bonds as solid as the walls they raise. Among the chaos, small human details emerge. A mason scratches graffiti onto a block. Khufu's crew was here. Another doodles, a crude image of a rival team, mocking their poor skills. Teams took names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkaure, leaving behind inscriptions that read less like solemn duty and more like playful rivalry. Imagine workers bragging centuries later, "Our gang hauled more stone than yours." Their humor survives even as the structures themselves defy time. And not all work is heavy labor. Artists chip delicate hieroglyphs, painters mix pigments, carpenters shape wooden sledges, rope makers twist flax fibers into coils strong enough to drag blocks. The pyramid or temple is not just an engineering feat, it is a symphony of trades, each indispensable. You walk past a group of men weaving ropes, their fingers nimble, their laughter light, and realize they too are builders, though their contributions vanish into the sand once the last block is placed. As the sun climbs higher, the sight grows blistering. Sweat stings eyes, dust clogs throats, and muscles ache. Yet still the hauling continues. Overseers shout, scribes record, workers groan and sing. And gradually, stone by stone, something impossible rises. A pyramid pushing against the sky, its sides gleaming with polished limestone, visible for miles around. The meaning of such monuments is another question that stirs debate. Were they simply tombs, colossal houses for the dead? Or were they cosmic symbols embodying rays of the sun, stairways to heaven, eternal markers of Pharaoh's power? Some argue the pyramid was a political project, uniting villages in shared labor and awe. Others see them as religious engines, ensuring Pharaoh's immortality secured the prosperity of the realm. Perhaps they were both, political theatre and spiritual necessity. Night settles on the site, and fires flicker in the workers' village nearby. The air smells of baking bread, roasting fish, and sweat finally giving way to laughter. Men sit on mats, gulping beer, trading stories of accidents, rivalries, and small triumphs. One man boasts of hauling a block faster than anyone else. Another complains about a splinter from a rope. Children chase each other in the dust, their giggles a counterpoint to the groans of tired fathers. This, too, is the life behind the stone. As you sit among them, you realize something profound. These workers are not nameless slaves, as myths once claimed. They are people with jokes, rivalries, families, and pride. They are craftsmen and laborers who believe their sweat tied them to eternity. The monuments they raise may bear Pharaoh's name, but the fingerprints of thousands remain invisibly embedded in every block. The firelight glows on their faces, eyes bright despite exhaustion. Tomorrow they will rise again, lift ropes again, sing chants again, and someday, long after their bones crumble into dust, the pyramids will still stand, silent but eloquent, telling the story of their toil better than any scribe's papyrus. The fires in the workers' camp burn low, but you rise with them at dawn and follow the winding path south of the grand construction site. Here lies something more intimate than the open desert and towering pyramids, the tucked-away settlements where builders and craftsmen lived. These are the workmen's villages, places like Deir el-Medina, where stonecutters, painters and masons made their homes, shared their meals, and whispered their complaints. Step through the narrow gates and you find yourself in a world that feels startlingly familiar, a neighborhood full of gossip, camaraderie, and the occasional strike. The houses here are modest but sturdy. Mud brick walls stand in long rows, each dwelling almost identical to its neighbor, with 2 or 3 rooms, small courtyards, and staircases leading to flat roofs. You duck through a doorway and smell the lingering scent of last night's stew, lentils, garlic, and fish simmered together. A woman sweeps the floor, muttering about her husband's laziness, while children scramble over the threshold chasing a wooden hoop. The hum of everyday life thrums, even in a village built to serve tombs. Archaeologists have pieced together much of this world from the debris left behind. Excavations at Deir el-Medina reveal houses lined with whitewashed plaster, their walls sometimes decorated with brightly painted patterns. Storage jars, crowd corners, grinding stones sit ready for daily bread, and small household shrines honor protective gods. Most telling of all are the ostraca shards of pottery covered with scribbled notes. These fragments hold everything from shopping lists to bawdy jokes, complaints about rations, and even doodles of animals chasing humans. They are the ancient world's sticky notes, giving voice to ordinary workers long forgotten by kings. One well-attested fact about these villages is that workers were salaried in food rather than coin. Each month, they received allocations of bread, beer, onions, and occasionally cuts of meat. The records survive in extraordinary detail. So-and-so received his ration, so-and-so is short 2 loaves. From these dry lines emerges a picture of a community meticulously managed, its survival tied to Pharaoh's provisions. Yet within this order, humor and rebellion thrived. One ostracon shows a crude sketch of a lion playing a harp, another of a cat waiting on a mouse, a cheeky reversal of the natural order. These playful drawings suggest that even amid relentless work, people found ways to laugh. Imagine a craftsman pausing mid-task, carving a quick doodle to amuse his friend, both stifling laughter before the overseer notices. But debate persists among historians about how content these workers really were. Some scholars argue that life in the villages was privileged compared to peasant life: steady rations, secure housing, and close access to cultural literacy. Others emphasize the constant tension, ration shortages, long hours, and the suffocating surveillance of overseers. Strikes did occur, the most famous recorded around 1159 BCE, when workers at Deir el-Medina stopped work and marched to demand overdue food. It is considered one of the earliest documented labor strikes in history. Were these villages a model of organized welfare, or a pressure cooker always on the verge of unrest? The truth is tangled in both perspectives. You stroll down a narrow lane, walls pressing close, hearing voices drift from open doorways. Women chatter about neighbors, children squeal, men argue about whether the foreman has been skimming rations. A pot clatters, a dog barks, laughter erupts from the next house. Life here feels dense, communal, impossible to hide. If one family quarrels, the whole street knows by nightfall. Further along you reach the workshop itself. The smell of stone dust hits first dry, chalky, clinging to your throat. Men sit with copper chisels and wooden mallets, carving blocks with meticulous care. Others paint delicate hieroglyphs onto plaster, their brushes steady despite the heat. The hum of concentration is broken only by occasional curses when a chisel slips or paint drips. Each detail matters, for these artisans decorate tombs meant to last eternity. One slip could mar the afterlife of a noble or pharaoh. And yet even here, humanity seeps through. In a hidden corner of a tomb, archaeologists once found a tiny doodle of a donkey turning a potter's wheel. Nothing official, just the private joke of a painter. Another ostracon records a satirical hymn poking fun at greedy officials. Humor becomes survival, softening the weight of endless precision. At midday, the workshop empties. Workers gather in courtyards, gulping thick beer and chewing bread. Conversation flows easily. Complaints about aching backs, gossip about whose wife was seen at the market with another man, speculation about whether the pharaoh will commission more tombs. Someone strums a lute, another claps along, and for a moment the dust and sweat dissolve into laughter. The afternoon brings more order. Overseers inspect work, scribes jot notes, and labourers shuffle back to their tools. Still, the undercurrent of camaraderie remains. You sense that while pharaohs' tombs are the official purpose, the true life of this village is in these shared glances, whispered jokes, and communal meals. Night descends, and rooftops fill with neighbours lounging under stars. Families share leftover stew, children chase fireflies, and the cool breeze brings relief. Stories ripple through the air, tales of gods battling in the heavens, of trickster animals, of pharaohs past. Someone recites a love poem, another counters with a bawdy riddle. The laughter grows, echoing off the mud-brick walls. And yet, beneath the humour, tension simmers. Whispers about missing rations spread quickly. Someone mutters that the overseer's storeroom is full while the workers' jars run low. Eyes narrow, voices sharpen, and you sense the possibility of tomorrow's work grinding to a halt if promises aren't kept. This delicate balance between order and rebellion, provision and scarcity, defines village life as much as stone carving does. As you lie back on a rooftop mat, the chatter fading into murmurs, you realize how close these ancient craftsmen feel. They worried about pay, grumbled about bosses, laughed at jokes, and leaned on neighbors, just as people do today. Their chisels may have carved Pharaoh's eternity, but their laughter carved out their own small slice of joy. And in the morning they will rise again, shuffle to the workshops, pick up their chisels and chip away at stone, leaving both tombs and graffiti as their legacy. Pharaohs may have dreamed of eternal monuments, but the workers dreamed of full stomachs, fair rations, and laughter to ease the weight of labour. Both dreams survive in stone and in shards, speaking across the desert's silence. The lanes of the workers' village fade behind you, and you follow the path toward the hum of workshops ringing with chisels and hammers. Here is where another heartbeat of Egypt thrums, the world of artisans. If farmers fed the people and priests fed the gods, artisans shaped the visible soul of civilization. Their hands carved eternity into stone, wove color into tomb walls, and spun raw materials into beauty that still dazzles the modern eye. Step into a jeweler's shop, and you're instantly blinded by color. Strings of carnelian glow, deep red in the sunlight. Turquoise shines like river water, and lapis lazuli shimmers with the blue of a desert sky at dusk. Bent over a small table, a craftsman grinds stone with a copper drill, his hands steady despite the tremor of effort. His apprentice carefully threads tiny faience beads, their glazed surfaces catching light in specks of green and gold. You can smell hot resin used to glue settings, sharp and sweet, mingling with the metallic tang of bronze tools. Archaeological finds confirm the extraordinary skill of Egyptian jewelers. Burial goods from royal tombs include collars of hundreds of beads arranged in perfect symmetry, inlaid rings with scarabs carved so precisely they could serve as seals, and golden diadems shaped into delicate lotus blossoms. This was not casual ornamentation. It was art meant to last forever, carried into the afterlife as a guarantee of eternal beauty. And yet, tucked among these treasures are odd little surprises. In one tomb, Archaeologists found a necklace of beads shaped like tiny fish, whimsical and playful. In another, a pair of earrings bore the design of coiled snakes biting their own tails, a symbol of eternity. Yes, but also slightly eccentric in appearance. These quirky touches remind you that even in the solemnity of preparing for eternity, artisans sometimes slipped in humor or whimsy. Still, scholars debate how much creative freedom these artisans truly had. Were they allowed to experiment with style, or were they strictly following temple guidelines and overseers' instructions? Some evidence suggests workshops worked to detailed plans issued by scribes, with little room for improvisation. Others argue the variation in surviving artifacts' playful shapes, unusual color combinations proves artisans had space to express themselves. The truth likely lies in between. Rules shaped the big picture, but individual hands left their own subtle marks. You leave the jeweler and step into a carpenter's shop. The smell of cedar fills the air, imported all the way from Lebanon. Sawdust clings to your sandals as men plane planks into smooth surfaces. One bends over a half-finished chair, its legs curved delicately. Another carves a wooden chest, painting its panels with scenes of ducks flying over papyrus marshes. These aren't mere luxuries. Wooden furniture carries both comfort and symbolism, offering the dead a taste of domestic life in eternity. You run your hand along a finished bed frame, its joints fitted seamlessly without nails, relying only on carved sockets and wooden pegs. The craftsmanship feels startlingly modern. Next door, potters kneel by wheels spinning slowly under their feet. Clay splatters their arms as they shape jars, bowls, and amphorae. The air smells of damp earth, the hiss of wet hands slapping clay against spinning wheels punctuating the silence. Kilns blaze outside, releasing smoke that curls into the sky. When you lift a finished jar, the surface feels smooth yet sturdy, its painted patterns simple but elegant. Some bear names of kings, others carry symbols of gods, while many are purely practical, meant to hold beer, grain, or oil. One well-recorded truth is that pottery was the backbone of Egyptian material culture. From massive storage jars to delicate perfume bottles, ceramics were everywhere. They break easily, which ironically is why they survive in such abundance. Archaeologists uncover shards by the thousands, like breadcrumbs through time. And occasionally, those shards carry surprises. Some are scrawled with practice hieroglyphs from apprentice scribes, others with bawdy jokes or satirical drawings. One famous ostracon shows a lion serving a mouse, an amusing reversal of nature, surely drawn by an artisan poking fun at authority. It makes you smile, realizing these workers had wit as sharp as their chisels. Walk further, and you find painters crouched inside a half-finished tomb. The air smells of crushed pigment, red ochre, yellow orpiment, green malachite ground into fine powder. Mixed with water and gum, these become paint that clings to plastered walls. The painters work in teams. One outlines figures in black, another fills in skin tones, another adds details like jewelry or hieroglyphs. The scenes bloom under torchlight, boats sailing the Nile, farmers ploughing fields, gods embracing the dead. Tomb art is not random decoration. It is a vision of eternity, a map to guide souls in the afterlife. Most specialists agree these painters followed strict conventions. Men are painted with darker, reddish-brown skin, women with paler yellow, symbolizing gender roles more than actual complexion. Figures are shown in profile, shoulders front-facing, eyes wide and round. The effect is stylized but deliberate, ensuring the soul can recognize itself in eternity. Yet even within these rules, some individuality sneaks through. In one tomb, a farmer's pig is painted with such humor you can almost hear it snort. In another, dancers swirl with unusual energy, skirts flying higher than decorum might allow. Artisans knew how to obey the rules and bend them subtly, slipping humanity into eternity. Debate persists about whether artisans themselves believed in the images they painted. Did they see them as genuine magic, ensuring the dead would live forever? Or did they treat them as skilled work, detached from personal faith. Some argue their own graffiti mocking overseers shows cynicism. Others point out that many artisans decorated their own tombs in similar style, suggesting they fully embraced the symbolism. Perhaps, as with so much, both attitudes coexisted, devotion in some moments, detachment in others. By evening, the workshops fall quiet. Tools are set aside, brushes washed, kilns cooling. Workers gather at home, their hands still stained with pigment, their clothes dusted with stone. They sit with families, share bread and beer, and laugh about mistakes made or triumphs achieved. A painter might boast of the perfect curve of a lotus petal, a jeweler of a necklace so fine it will rest on a noble's throat forever. These small victories matter, for they are proof of skill and pride in a world where recognition often belongs only to pharaohs. And as you lie on a rooftop again, stars wheeling overhead, you realize the paradox. The greatest monuments of Egypt, the golden masks, the painted tombs, the carved walls bear the names of kings, but their true authors were ordinary artisans whose own names often vanish into sand. Their humor survives in graffiti, their hands in brushstrokes, their hearts in beads and carvings. Pharaohs may have commanded the work, but artisans gave Egypt its face. Tomorrow they will return to chisels, drills, and brushes, breathing life into stone and clay. And though history rarely remembers them, the colors and shapes they left behind whisper still, reminding you that eternity is built not only by kings, but by craftsmen who lived, laughed, and created beauty with calloused hands. The artisans' rooftops fade behind you, their laughter lingering in the warm night, and you drift toward the river again. Dawn spreads silver light across the Nile, and you notice a caravan of boats tethered along the bank. Some are wide cargo vessels, piled with jars and baskets, while others are slim fishing skiffs. Their sails, patched but bright with painted eyes to ward off evil, ripple in the morning breeze. The Nile is awake, and you realize this river is not just water, it is Egypt's highway, its lifeline, its messenger. Step onto one of the boats, and the smell of pitch and wet rope fills your nose. The deck creaks underfoot, reeds stuffed between planks to make the hull watertight. Sailors shout orders, hauling ropes, while others pole the vessel off the bank. The river embraces you immediately, its surface glinting, its current tugging. This is where trade begins, where villages connect, and where goods and stories flow as surely as the water itself. Archaeological evidence makes the point clear. Egypt thrived on river transport. Grain from Upper Egypt floated north in bulging cargo boats. Gold from Nubia came by boat as tribute. Cedar wood arrived on ships from Lebanon. Without the Nile, the desert would have swallowed Egypt whole. With it, commerce and culture flowed freely. But here's a curious little aside. Many boats were constructed not only of wood but also of bound papyrus reeds. For smaller fishing vessels, papyrus sufficed, lightweight and flexible, gliding across the water like floating mats. In fact, even grander wooden ships sometimes carried bundles of papyrus stuffed between their planks as insulation. Imagine the smell green reeds pressed and bound, damp and earthy, creaking as they soak. It's not luxury yacht material, but it carried kings and peasants alike. There's ongoing debate among researchers about the extent of Egypt's seaborne trade. Some argue that Egyptian sailors routinely ventured into the Mediterranean and Red Seas, trading as far as Crete or Punt, likely modern Eritrea or Somalia. Others suggest these voyages were rare, exceptional expeditions rather than routine commerce. Did Egyptians regularly sail to foreign shores, or did they mostly hug their familiar Nile? The truth probably lies somewhere in between, daring expeditions balanced by the safer, steady rhythm of river journeys. You lean on the wooden rail as the boat glides downstream. Along the banks, life is everywhere. Farmers tending fields, fishermen casting nets, children splashing in shallows. At every bend, you see evidence of trade. A man sells baskets woven from reeds, another offers jars of beer to passing crews. Villagers call out prices, tossing goods across small skiffs. The river is a market as much as a road, a place where strangers meet and coins or onions or beer change hands. As you drift past a larger town, the smell of tar thickens. Shipbuilders are hard at work on the shore, hammering planks, heating resin, shouting over the racket. Sawdust and smoke hang heavy in the air. You pause to watch a skeleton of cedar beams rise into the shape of a ship, men scrambling across scaffolding. Imported wood was precious. Egypt lacked forests, so every plank mattered. When the last piece was hammered in, priests would bless the boat, sprinkling water and chanting to ensure safe journeys. And it wasn't only goods that travelled. Ideas did too. Sailors carried stories, gossip, even songs between villages. One might describe a new festival in Thebes, another retell a rumour about Pharaoh's court. A trader from Nubia might bring not just gold but tales of strange animals with horns and humps. On the water, you hear languages mingling, accents clashing, laughter bridging the gaps. The Nile is a living messenger, stitching Egypt into one long, continuous conversation. Lunch is eaten on deck. Sailors squat with loaves of bread, dried fish, and mugs of beer. The smell of fish oil mingles with the breeze, and you hear someone humming a rowing song. Thick ropes creak. The sail flaps. The water slaps the hull. It's a symphony of survival and motion. By afternoon, the boat nears a small dock where traders unload baskets of dates, jars of honey, and bundles of linen. The air smells sweet and sharp at once. Women crowd the dock, bargaining fiercely. Men grunt as they shoulder heavy loads into warehouses. Children scamper, snatching stray figs. It's chaotic, noisy, but efficient. Within hours, the cargo is sorted, stored, and sold. The Nile delivers not only goods but entire economies into motion. And then comes one of those amusing footnotes. Sometimes mummified animals were also shipped as exports. Pilgrims would purchase cat or ibis mummies at one temple and carry them upriver to another as offerings. Imagine a cargo hold full of neatly wrapped cat bundles, their linen tails sticking out like curious passengers. It's both solemn and slightly comic, a floating ark of divine favours. Night falls on the river, and lanterns flicker across the decks. The current slows, and boats are tied near the bank. Sailors sit in circles, drinking beer, playing senet by torchlight, their laughter drifting over the water. You hear the splash of fish, the croak of frogs, the distant bark of dogs on shore. The Nile at night feels vast, endless, cradling you in dark arms. And you realize something. Egypt's greatness is not carved only in stone but carried in sails. The river was not just a setting but a stage, not just a boundary but a bloodstream. It linked field to field, town to town, temple to temple. Without it, artisans would lack pigments, priests would lack incense, farmers would lack markets, and Pharaoh would lack wealth. The Nile was Egypt's first and finest road. As stars glimmer overhead, you lie back on deck. The sail flutters, ropes creak, and the water murmurs against the hull. You feel the current pulling you toward eternity, just as it pulled generations of Egyptians. And tomorrow, when the sun rises again, boats will untie, sails will unfurl, and the Nile will once more carry the weight of a civilization downstream. The river carries you far downstream, but eventually you step ashore again, and this time the sound that greets you is not the slap of oars or the call of traders, but the thud of hooves and the clatter of chariot wheels. Egypt is not only a land of farmers and priests, it is also a land of armies. For centuries, soldiers guarded the borders, marched into Nubia, fought in Syria, and paraded in Pharaoh's honor. To see them gather is to glimpse another face of Egyptian life, the world of warriors. At dawn the camp stirs. Smoke rises from small fires where men heat porridge and bake rough loaves. The air smells of ash and sweat, tinged with the sharp scent of leather oiled for armor. Soldiers strap on kilts reinforced with linen and leather, some tying bronze scales across their chests. Shields lean against tents, tall and rectangular, their wooden frames covered in hide. Spears glint in the rising sun, their copper tips sharp, ready. Most historians agree that Egypt's army shifted over time from militias of farmers to a standing force. In the Old Kingdom, conscripts served only temporarily, summoned in times of need. But by the New Kingdom, pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramesses II commanded professional armies, with divisions of chariots, archers, and infantry. Military might had become not just defense but empire. And here's a curious aside. Egyptian soldiers sometimes received rations not only of food but also of beer and garlic, thought to boost strength and stamina. One record even suggests entire shipments of garlic bulbs sent specifically for troops on campaign. Imagine marching through blistering desert heat, breath pungent, but spirits lifted by the crunch of garlic cloves. It sounds more like a kitchen prank than military strategy, yet the soldiers believed in its power. There's still disagreement among scholars about just how effective Egyptian chariots were compared to those of their rivals, like the Hittites. Some argue the lightweight two-man Egyptian chariot, fast and maneuverable, was superior in speed and agility. Others counter that heavier foreign designs offered more stability in battle. The truth is that these clashes, like the famous Battle of Kadesh, often ended less in decisive victory than in carefully spun propaganda carved on temple walls. Did Ramesses II truly win at Kadesh, or did he just make sure the story looked that way for eternity? Debate lingers as fiercely as the battle itself. Back in camp, soldiers drill. Archers raise bows strung with sinew, their arrows whistling into straw targets with a hiss like angry bees. Spearmen march in lines, pounding the ground in unison, their sandals kicking dust into the air. Charioteers practice maneuvers, horses snorting, wheels rattling, reins snapping. The rhythm is hypnotic: thump, hiss, clatter, shout, an orchestra of discipline. The social world of soldiers is its own universe. Young recruits joke, boasting of their strength. Veterans tell stories of campaigns, exaggerating their heroics. Someone strums a lute, singing a rough tune about a comrade who fell asleep on watch. Laughter erupts, though tinged with the edge of truth. Mistakes in war cost lives. Around the fire at night, you sense both camaraderie and fear, woven together tightly. Egypt's armies were not only Egyptian. Nubian bowmen served with deadly skill, their arrows feared for their accuracy. Libyan mercenaries, Shurden warriors from the Mediterranean, and others joined ranks, sometimes as allies, sometimes as captives turned soldiers. The camp is a melting pot of languages and accents, a reminder that Egypt's empire stretched across borders, pulling strangers into its wars. One amusing footnote survives in graffiti, left by bored soldiers. On temple walls near quarries, men carved doodles of ships, animals, and sometimes women in compromising positions, irreverent sketches scratched during long, dull postings. It seems even warriors, tasked with defending Pharaoh, couldn't resist leaving behind cheeky reminders of their boredom. But war is not all drills and jokes. You march with them on campaign, the sun merciless overhead. Sand grinds between teeth, water jars run low, and feet blister. Horses pant, their flanks lathered with sweat. Suddenly, a trumpet blasts, and the line surges forward. Arrows darken the sky, spears clash, and the ground quakes under chariot wheels. The chaos of battle is deafening, terrifying. And yet in the aftermath, Pharaoh will stand tall in carved reliefs, shown as calm, eternal, victorious, never sweating, never afraid. The purpose of such warfare is more than conquest. It is tribute, wealth, prestige. Returning soldiers bring gold, cattle, slaves, and exotic goods. At festivals, they parade through cities, their spoils on display, the people cheering. For common soldiers, victory might mean a small share of loot, perhaps land, perhaps a promotion. For Pharaoh, it means immortality etched in stone. And yet, questions remain. Did ordinary Egyptians celebrate these campaigns? Or did they resent the conscription of fathers and sons? Some historians suggest military service offered social mobility, poor men rising to positions of wealth and honor. Others argue it was a burden, dragging men from fields and families. Both may be true. Glory for some, hardship for others. As evening falls, the camp settles again. Fires crackle, stew simmers in pots, soldiers gnaw on bones, gulp beer, and sing. Stars prick the sky overhead, and men lean on shields, staring at the desert horizon, wondering if tomorrow brings battle or boredom. You lie down among them, feeling the hard ground beneath you, the mingled smell of sweat, leather, and smoke. Around you, men murmur prayers to Montu, god of war, or whisper to wives left behind. The Nile flows somewhere beyond the dunes, but here, in the camp, life shrinks to simple things: food, comradeship, fear, and the hope of returning home alive. And you realize this too is Egypt, not just temples and tombs, but the steady tramp of soldiers' feet, the hiss of arrows, and the laughter of warriors around a fire. Without armies, Egypt could not have defended its borders, expanded its reach, or carved its victories into eternity. Yet without humanity, the garlic rations, the graffiti, the songs soldiers could not have borne the weight of war. Tomorrow they will drill again, march again, maybe fight again. Pharaoh's glory depends on their sweat, their courage, and sometimes their mistakes. And though stone walls will always show Pharaoh towering over enemies, the truth is here, in tired men snoring on mats, dreaming of bread, beer, and home. The soldiers' camp fades behind you, their shields stacked and fires dying out, and you find yourself walking towards something much quieter but equally powerful: the schools of scribes. If the army guarded Egypt's borders, it was scribes who kept the kingdom's heart beating. Without them, there would be no tax records, no harvest counts, no laws or hymns or medical recipes. Literacy here is not just skill, it is privilege, power, and, for a lucky few, a path out of backbreaking labor. You enter a small courtyard where a group of boys sit cross-legged on mats. Each holds a reed brush, their heads bent over flakes of limestone and broken potsherds. These shards ostraca are their practice paper, cheap and plentiful. The air is thick with concentration, punctuated by the occasional sigh when a line smears or a character goes awry. A teacher paces with a stern look, reed stick in hand, ready to correct mistakes with sharp words or sharper taps. The scratch of ink on limestone is steady, rhythmic, like rain on stone. One detail scholars agree on is that scribal training was long and relentless. Boys memorized entire lists of hieroglyphs, copied proverbs over and over, and practiced arithmetic problems with grain tallies and livestock counts. The texts they studied survive on papyrus fragments, multiplication tables, medical incantations, hymns, even satirical stories meant to teach through humor. Education was practical, designed to produce clerks capable of managing the vast bureaucracy. But there's an odd charm in some of the school texts. A famous one, nicknamed The Satire of the Trades, paints every other job as miserable farmers bent double in fields, potters covered in clay, soldiers dying of thirst before concluding that only scribes live comfortably. Imagine a weary student reading that and glancing up at his blistered fingers, wondering if endless copying was really so comfortable. The irony feels timeless, like every motivational poster in a modern classroom that makes students roll their eyes. And not all scholars agree on who had access to this education. Some maintain it was reserved almost entirely for the sons of scribes, a closed system keeping literacy within a tight elite. Others point to graffiti scratched by workmen in tombs and quarries as evidence that even lower-class Egyptians sometimes picked up the basics. Was literacy a jealously guarded tool of power, or did it trickle more widely than records suggest? The debate continues, inked in fragments. Inside the school, the smell of ink lingers, black soot mixed with gum for the main text, red pigment for headings or warnings. The boys' tunics are smudged, their fingers stained, You watch one student carefully draw the owl symbol, erase it clumsily, then draw it again. His neighbor sneaks a doodle of a man bending over in an undignified pose, barely suppressing laughter. Even in antiquity, students had mischief in their veins. The teacher calls for recitation. The boys chant in unison, their voices rising and falling in cadence. Do not be idle, lest you be punished. A scribe's life is sweet. The monotony is hypnotic, but beneath it lies ambition. For these children, success means avoiding the plough, the kiln, the quarry. To write is to escape the mud. You can feel their hunger to master each line, each number, each formula that might carry them into a more secure future. As students progress, their work shifts from shards to papyrus, the expensive material reserved for advanced practice. Papyrus feels smooth under the fingers, a step closer to officialdom. Here they copy hymns to gods, medical spells, and accounts of Pharaoh's victories. One boy scratches out the story of Sinuhe, the official who fled Egypt and later returned. The tale is part adventure, part moral lesson, and you imagine the boy wondering if he too might one day wander beyond the Nile. Lunch in the schoolyard is simple. Bread, beer, maybe some onions. The boys chatter, complaining about their stern teacher, laughing over mistakes, boasting about whose hieroglyphs look the neatest. In the corner, an apprentice tries to impress others by reciting a proverb from memory. The reed is mightier than the hoe. They groan, roll their eyes, but secretly they agree. The path after training is varied. Some scribes become tax assessors, trudging from village to village with clipboards of papyrus, counting sacks of grain and herds of goats. Others work in temples, copying hymns, recording donations, or performing rituals as lector priests. A rare few rise high, serving in the royal court, drafting decrees in Pharaoh's name. The destiny of a scribe may begin with sore fingers and endless copying, but it can end with influence that stretches across the land. Here's a delightful aside. Some scribes clearly had time to amuse themselves. Ostraca have been found with satirical letters, mock exams, even caricatures of animals dressed as humans, donkeys acting as judges, cats waiting on mice. These little sketches reveal a playful streak, suggesting that education was not all stern discipline. Humor, it seems, flourished even under the weight of ink. By afternoon, the courtyard grows hot, flies buzzing around ink pots. Students yawn, rubbing their eyes, but the teacher drives them on. Copying continues until the light fades, and then the boys trudge home, their heads heavy with symbols. At night, they dream of owls, reeds, and scarabs, visions of hieroglyphs swirling like stars. Still, questions remain. Did these students truly embrace the ideology that only scribes lived well? Or did they secretly envy the freedom of farmers who ended their work at sundown? Some historians suggest scribal ideology was propaganda, designed to keep boys loyal to the system. Others see genuine pride in the role after all. Scribes often signed their own names in monuments, leaving marks of individuality rare among laborers. Was scribal life golden or simply gilded? The answer depends on whose ink you read. As night falls, the school lies silent. The ostraca remains scattered, the ink pots empty, the reed pens drying. Tomorrow, the courtyard will fill again with chanting, scratching, and laughter. And from these lines of practice will emerge the men who keep Egypt's engine running, men whose handwriting may never be known to you, but whose records shaped everything from taxes to tombs. You climb a rooftop nearby, listening to crickets hum. Somewhere in the distance, a boy still practices by lamplight, whispering a line again and again. His voice is soft, but it carries a determination older than stone, to carve his place in the world not with ploughs or chisels, but with ink. And you realize, as you drift into sleep, that Egypt's true immortality lies not just in pyramids or temples, but in the quiet persistence of scribes, whose fragile papyrus outlasts flesh and bone. The echo of chanting schoolboys fades, but you don't have long to rest before another sound stirs the village chants of a very different kind. At first they're soft, rhythmic, like the croak of frogs at dusk. Then drums join, rattles shake, and voices rise into a frenzy. You follow the noise to a wide open space near the temple, where dancers whirl and musicians pound. This isn't just entertainment, this is ritual. Festival's wilder cousin, moments when Egyptians let go of ordinary restraint and surrendered themselves to the gods. You push through the crowd, the air already thick with incense and beer fumes. Torches flare, sparks jumping into the night. Women sway with sistrums, metal rattles that hiss and jangle, while men stamp the ground in time with drums. The crowd claps and sings, children squeal, and the smell of sweat, wine, and roasted goose clings to everything. It feels half party, half earthquake. Archaeological depictions confirm this was no rare scene. Wall paintings and texts describe festivals honoring Hathor, Bastet, Amun, and Osiris. These celebrations could last days, involving music, feasts, processions, and ecstatic rituals. They punctuated the agricultural year, transforming toil and order into revelry and release. For villagers who lived under the strict rhythm of taxes, fields, and scribal oversight, festivals were oxygen. And one particularly odd custom jumps out from records. Some feasts encouraged people to drink until they literally collapsed. The Festival of Drunkenness, honoring Hathor, called for participants to consume vat after vat of beer dyed red to mimic blood, reenacting the myth where Hathor nearly destroyed mankind before being pacified with drink. Imagine thousands of revelers reeling through torchlit streets, convinced their chaos was sacred salvation. A tipsy villager stumbling into a canal wasn't just a hazard, it was divine performance. But experts remain divided over how much of this abandon was genuine. Did Egyptians truly surrender themselves to unbridled ecstasy? Or were such accounts exaggerated by temple inscriptions eager to dramatize the god's power? Some scholars think villagers embraced wild, disorderly fun, with little restraint. Others argue priests tightly controlled these gatherings, channeling energy in ways that reinforced religious authority. Were festivals true escapes, or carefully staged releases? The truth, as always, is somewhere in between. Back in the square, a procession forms. Priests appear, solemn in white linen, carrying the veiled statue of a goddess on a bark. The crowd surges, cheering, tossing flowers. Musicians blast louder, dancers whirl faster, and suddenly it's not clear whether people are honoring the goddess or losing themselves in the sheer energy of the moment. Children gape wide-eyed, women ululate, men clap so hard their palms redden. The god is carried through the streets, past mud-brick houses and dark alleys, before returning to the temple again, leaving the people sweaty, euphoric, and strangely at peace. But not all rituals are public chaos. Some are intimate, secretive. In the dead of night, a small group gathers by the riverbank. They chant softly, their torches flickering. A priest sprinkles water, invoking Osiris, lord of the underworld. Offerings of bread, beer, and figs are set afloat on reed rafts, drifting downstream as gifts for the god. The smell of incense hangs heavy, mingling with the sweet rot of river weeds. It's quieter, gentler, but no less powerful. Here, faith whispers instead of shouts. One of the most striking features of Egyptian religion is its inclusivity of animals in ritual. Cats paraded for Bastet, bulls for Apis, ibises for Thoth, all treated as living vessels of the divine. In some cities, sacred animals lived pampered lives, fed choice food and adorned with jewelry, only to be ritually sacrificed and mummified upon death. It's both reverent and unsettling. Imagine a crocodile draped with gold, lounging in a pool, while priests chant around it. The blending of ferocity and holiness is uniquely Egyptian. At home, families perform their own smaller rites. A grandmother lights incense in a niche shrine, whispers a prayer to Taweret for protection during childbirth, and leaves an offering of beer in a bowl. Children imitate her, clapping hands and muttering words they don't yet understand. Household religion hums beneath the grandeur of temple festivals, weaving the sacred into the everyday. Curiously, some ostraka show villagers leaving satirical notes about rituals. One depicts a cat leading priests in procession. Another mocks priests who drink too much at feasts. Clearly, Egyptians knew how to laugh at their own ceremonies. Faith didn't erase humor, it walked alongside it. As dawn approaches, the festival square empties. The ground is littered with broken jars, flower petals, and torches burned to stubs. Dogs sniff among scraps, children sleep curled in parents' arms, and the air carries the faint tang of stale beer. The god has retreated to the temple, the priests have shut the gates, and ordinary life creeps back. But the people remain transformed, if only for a while. You step away from the square and reflect. Rituals and festivals were not distractions from life, they were reinforcements of it. They tied human joy and chaos to divine order, making sure people believed the gods walked among them. Whether in wild drunkenness or quiet offerings by lamplight, rituals gave meaning to hardship, weaving sacred assurance into the daily grind of survival. And tomorrow, when the sun rises hot and fields call for labor, those who staggered last night will return to work, still humming songs they sang in ecstasy. And somewhere deep inside, they'll feel lighter, reassured that their laughter, their chaos, and even their hangovers served a divine purpose. The torches from the festival smolder out, the smell of stale beer lingering in the alleys, but Egypt does not rest long in celebration. Life is not only song and incense, it is also rule and law, protection and punishment. Walk a little farther, away from the music, and you find another world entirely, the world of crime and justice. Egyptians, like every society, had thieves, cheats, and quarrels that needed settling, and how they dealt with wrongdoing reveals as much about them as their temples and pyramids. The first sign of order is the presence of the Medjay patrolmen, who once were desert scouts from Nubia, later turned into Pharaoh's police. You hear their sandals slapping the streets at dawn, their eyes sharp for troublemakers. They carry staffs, sometimes bows, and their presence is enough to scatter pickpockets from market stalls. One official inscription praises them as guardians of peace, though you sense villagers viewed them with the same suspicion modern people might feel for police. Necessary, but not always loved. Ancient records confirm that crime ranged from petty theft to serious offences like tomb robbery. The latter was considered especially heinous, for it not only stole valuables but desecrated eternity. A well-documented case in the Abbott Papyrus describes officials investigating broken tombs during the reign of Ramesses IX. They questioned workers, inspected tomb shafts, and tallied missing goods. Reading it feels eerily like a detective report minus fingerprint dust. But not all crime was grave robbing. Some ostraka capture minor disputes. A stolen loaf of bread, a borrowed donkey not returned, accusations of adultery whispered across walls. Imagine a farmer storming into a magistrate's office, shouting that his neighbor swiped his best goat. The drama is as familiar as any neighborhood feud today. And here's a curious little note. In some cases, oaths were sworn by licking statues of gods. To prove honesty, a man might touch his tongue to the feet of a divine idol, daring divine wrath if he lied. It's a strange image, grown men sticking out tongues in solemn courts, but it carried immense seriousness. Yet scholars still dispute the fairness of these courts. Were verdicts truly about justice, or did wealth and status tilt the scales? Some researchers argue that village councils often worked fairly, relying on testimony and precedent. Others suggest corruption ran deep, with bribes to scribes or favors from priests tipping outcomes. Without full records, the truth wavers in the shadows, leaving us to wonder how equal justice really was under Pharaoh's gaze. Step into a courtroom scene, and you see it unfold. Villagers crowd into a hall, the air thick with tension. A scribe sits poised, reed brush ready to record every word. The accused kneels, head bowed, while elders or priests preside. Witnesses shout their sides, sometimes contradicting each other, sometimes pointing fingers wildly. The smell of sweat and incense mixes, the atmosphere taut with judgment. Finally, a verdict is given, sometimes a fine of grain, sometimes lashes, sometimes harsher still. Punishments varied widely. Minor thieves might receive beatings with sticks. Serious offenders could have noses or ears cut off, a permanent mark of shame. In extreme cases, execution awaited, though this was relatively rare. Tomb robbers often faced the harshest sentences, sometimes impalement, a grim deterrent against anyone tempted to plunder Pharaoh's eternity. One almost amusing footnote emerges in trial records. Suspects occasionally blamed their crimes on drunkenness. "I drank too much beer," one confessed after being accused of theft. You can almost see the magistrate rolling his eyes, muttering, "That's no excuse." It's strangely human, a reminder that excuses have changed little across time. But justice was not only punitive, it was restorative too. Contracts were drawn up to settle disputes, compensations agreed upon. A man caught stealing grain might repay with double what he took. Marital quarrels sometimes ended in divorce settlements carefully inked by scribes, spelling out custody of children and division of property. The aim was not only punishment, but also restoring balance, the central Egyptian ideal of ma'at, order and harmony. And yet, corruption gnawed at the system. In one trial, accused tomb robbers claimed they had bribed officials to look the other way. Another papyrus hints at scribes pocketing portions of fines. Power, it seems, could bend even sacred principles. You can almost hear villagers muttering that justice belonged to those who could pay for it. At night, crime took different shapes. Thieves crept into granaries, cutting seals from storage jars. Prostitutes lingered at tavern doors, both tolerated and frowned upon. Dice games turned into brawls, knives flashing in the dark. The Medjay patrolled with torches, their shadows stretching long against walls, trying to keep order in the labyrinth of alleys. Sometimes they succeeded, sometimes they joined the mischief themselves. A chilling case preserved on papyrus describes conspirators plotting against Pharaoh Ramesses III, smuggling messages in sandals and recruiting servants in the harem. The so-called harem conspiracy ended with executions, mutilations, and a grim reminder that even kings lived under the threat of crime. Treachery was not confined to dusty villages, it slithered through palaces too. By dawn, the courts stir again. Scribes unroll papyri, priests murmur prayers to Ma'at, villagers shuffle in with grievances. The cycle repeats: accusation, testimony, verdict, punishment. Some leave relieved, others bitter, but all know the law has spoken whether fairly or not. As you walk away from the courthouse, the streets fill with life again. Merchants hawk goods, children play, farmers trudge with baskets. Crime and justice fade into the background, part of the constant hum of survival. Egypt does not pause for guilt or punishment. It flows on, as unstoppable as the Nile. And you realize this too is part of the story. The monuments may glorify pharaohs and gods, but in the dusty corners of papyri we glimpse the arguments, thefts, and judgments that made up daily reality. Justice here was not perfect, often harsh, sometimes corrupt, but it kept the machinery of society from unraveling. So tomorrow, someone will steal again, someone will argue over land, someone will swear innocence with tongue pressed to a god's statue, and scribes will record, priests will judge, punishments will fall. Just as the river flows, so too does the endless dance of wrongdoing and retribution, binding human frailty to the unyielding weight of law. The courtrooms fall silent behind you, their scribes still scratching verdicts into papyrus, and you wander out toward the edges of the settlement where silence takes on another tone entirely. Here, looming just beyond the bustle of daily life, are the cemeteries. Rows of mastabas and shafts carved into limestone hills mark Egypt's most enduring obsession: death and what follows it. If bread, beer, and law kept people alive day to day, tombs promised them eternity. The first thing you notice is the smell of dust, chalky and dry, clinging to your throat. Workers chip away at stone, dragging rubble from shafts where new graves are being carved. Families arrive carrying jars of beer, loaves of bread, and garlands of flowers, offerings for ancestors. Children run ahead, giggling, while elders mutter prayers under their breath. The necropolis is not only a place of mourning but a community in itself, buzzing with labor, ritual, and memory. Archaeological evidence makes the importance of tombs undeniable. Even modest villagers scrape together resources for simple graves lined with pottery and small trinkets. Nobles built elaborate mastabas decorated with carved reliefs. And pharaohs, of course, commanded pyramids and hidden chambers filled with treasures. Tombs were not luxuries but necessities, the bridge between fleeting life and everlasting afterlife. And yet, odd details emerge that reveal a very human side of all this grandeur. In some tombs, archaeologists have found reserve heads, lifelike limestone sculptures placed as backups in case the mummy was damaged. Imagine the practicality. A contingency plan for eternity, a kind of ancient insurance policy. It's both eerie and oddly pragmatic. But scholars remain divided on how much ordinary Egyptians genuinely believed in eternal life, versus how much they were pressured by tradition. Some argue that the elaborate tomb culture was mostly an elite concern, with peasants focusing on survival rather than afterlife architecture. Others counter that even the humblest graves contained amulets and offerings, proof that belief in immortality touched every level of society. Was eternal life a universal hope or an elite privilege dressed as dogma? The evidence allows both readings. Step inside one of the tombs, torchlight flickering against painted walls. Scenes unfold in vivid color, banquets with geese and beer, boats sailing the Nile, dancers spinning in eternal motion. The air smells faintly of resin, sharp and sweet, still clinging after millennia. Every detail is designed not for the living but for the dead, ensuring they enjoy forever what they once loved in life. The art is not simply decoration, it is magic, creating reality in the afterlife. Here's a glimpse of everyday quirkiness. Some tomb walls show pets sitting under banquet tables, waiting for scraps in eternity. Cats, dogs, even monkeys are painted alongside their owners. A reminder that Egyptians wanted not only food and servants in the afterlife, but also their beloved companions. It's hard not to smile, imagining someone insisting that their dog be fed alongside them for eternity. The burial itself is solemn. Priests chant hymns to Osiris, incense smoke swirling, while mourners wail and tear at their clothes. Women smear mud on their faces, their cries sharp and piercing, filling the air with raw grief. The body, wrapped in linen, is carried on a bier, painted mask, glowing in the torchlight. Amulets are tucked into the wrappings, scarabs for rebirth, eyes for protection, ankhs for life. Each layer of linen seals not only flesh but hope. Debate continues over how widely embalming was practiced. Some argue that only the wealthy could afford full mummification, while the poor were buried in shallow sand graves that naturally desiccated bodies. Others suggest simpler forms of wrapping and preservation may have been more common than we think. Did everyone expect to rise preserved, or was true mummification a luxury of class? The sands keep whispering conflicting answers. The final rituals include the opening of the mouth, where priests touch tools to the mummy's lips, symbolically restoring breath and speech. The chanting grows louder, drums beat, and the family cries again as the coffin is lowered. For them, this is not just farewell but transition. Their loved one has stepped into eternity, armed with spells and offerings, ready to walk in fields of reeds where food grows abundantly and pain does not exist. But the tombs themselves become communities of the living too. Families return regularly with offerings, picnicking by graves, chatting as though with present relatives. One ostracon records a man writing to his dead wife, begging her to intercede with gods because his neighbors were treating him unfairly. The dead were not silent, they were participants in the ongoing drama of life, counselors, protectors, and sometimes scapegoats. And not every story is solemn. Graffiti scrawled on tomb walls tells of bored guards and cheeky visitors. In one case, a worker carved his name in a royal tomb, leaving his own immortality scratched beside Pharaoh's. Hopefully, even in necropolises, humour survives, mingling with incense and stone. As the sun sets, you sit among mastabas, glowing orange in the fading light. The desert stretches silent, yet the tombs feel alive with whispers. Each stone, each jar, each carved figure testifies to a civilization obsessed with eternity. Death here is not an end but a continuation, shaped by ritual, decorated with art, secured by offerings. And you realize something. Egypt's greatness lies not only in how it lived, but in how it prepared for death. From the humblest villager burying a loaf of bread with a loved one to Pharaoh sealing treasure-filled chambers, all were united by belief that life did not stop at the grave. Tombs were promises, and promises, once made in Egypt, were carved to last forever. Tomorrow, more bodies will be carried here, more tombs chipped into limestone, more offerings placed. Priests will chant, mourners will wail, and children will grow used to the sight of eternity being prepared daily. And the cycle will continue, as steady as the river's flow. Life, death, rebirth repeated endlessly under Egypt's eternal sun. The necropolis lies quiet behind you, its mastabas and painted chapels glowing with the last of the sun. But beyond the outer walls of those tombs lies a darker chamber, one hidden from daylight and scented forever with resin. You step closer, duck into the shadows, and there you encounter one of Egypt's most haunting arts, mummification. Few practices define this civilization so vividly, and few remain as fascinating or unsettling to imagine. The first thing you notice is the smell. It's sharp, acrid, a mix of resin, natron and smoke, clinging to the air until it burns your nose. The embalmer's workshop is dim, its floor littered with linen strips, bronze hooks and jars of oils. Apprentices scurry like shadows, heating resin, grinding natron, sharpening knives. In the center lies a body, shrouded not in eternal dignity but in the stark reality of preparation. Ancient texts and archaeology agree on the broad strokes of the process. The first step was purification, the body washed with palm wine and Nile water. Then came the most notorious act, the removal of internal organs. The brain, considered useless, was drawn out through the nostrils with hooked instruments, a grisly but efficient task. The lungs, stomach, liver, and intestines were carefully extracted, preserved separately, and stored in canopic jars, each guarded by one of Horus's 4 sons. The heart, however, was usually left inside, for Egyptians believed it was the seat of the soul and conscience, weighed against the feather of Maat in the afterlife. But not every detail was so grim. Some quirky notes emerged from embalming manuals. One recipe recommended stuffing the body with aromatic herbs and even onions, both for preservation and to mask the odor. Archaeologists have indeed found onions tucked into mummies' eye sockets and chests. Imagine standing in that workshop, eyes watering not only from resin smoke but also from the pungent reek of roasted onion, now mingled eternally with eternity. Scholars, however, still debate how widely these practices were available. Full mummification with elaborate jars, gold masks, and fine linen was reserved for the elite. Simpler techniques, just drying bodies in natron without organ removal, were more affordable for common folk. Some researchers suggest even the poorest had at least partial embalming, while others argue natural desert burials remained the norm for the majority. Was mummification a universal expectation, or a mark of privilege? The evidence whispers both ways. Step closer, and you see the drying process underway. The body, now hollowed, is packed with natron sodium carbonate crystals from desert lakes that absorb every drop of moisture. For 40 days, it lies there, shrinking, desiccating, transforming from flesh into something like leather. The smell is less pungent now, replaced by the dry, chalky tang of salt. When the body is lifted again, it feels stiff, brittle, but strangely preserved. The embalmers now anoint it with oils and resins, their texture sticky and aromatic, sealing out decay. The skin glistens under torchlight, darkened by resin but still eerily human. Then begins the wrapping. Layer after layer of linen strips, dipped in resin, wound around fingers, toes, arms, torso. Priests chant spells from the Book of the Dead, their voices weaving magic into each turn of cloth. Amulets are slipped between layers, scarabs for rebirth, eyes of Horus for protection, tiny ankhs for life. Each placement is deliberate, each word a shield against chaos. One well-documented ritual marks the end, the opening of the mouth. A priest touches special tools, adzes, chisels, even spoons to the mummy's lips, symbolically restoring senses. In death, the person can now eat, speak, breathe, and see again. For Egyptians, this wasn't symbolic poetry, it was practical magic, as real as food or water. Without it, the dead could not thrive in the afterlife. Oddly enough, not all mummies were human. Entire cemeteries of mummified cats, ibises, crocodiles, and even beetles have been found, offerings to gods or pets sent with their owners. One particularly bizarre find revealed hundreds of tiny mummified shrews, wrapped as offerings to a deity of midnight darkness. You can picture a priest carefully bandaging a rodent no bigger than your hand, convinced it carried divine favor. Yet modern scholars continue to puzzle over the symbolism of certain steps. Why was the brain discarded, while the heart was treasured? Did Egyptians truly believe the mind lived in the chest, or was the choice practical, born of ease? Some argue it reflected cultural values. The heart as the seat of morality mattered more than intellect. Others suggest it was a simple byproduct of limited anatomical knowledge. The line between faith and practicality remains blurry, even in death. You watch as the mummy is finally completed, wrapped so tightly it seems more sculpture than body. A painted mask is placed over the face, sometimes gold for kings, plaster for commoners, restoring a lifelike appearance. The coffin, richly painted with gods and spells, waits nearby. Priests intone final prayers, incense thickening the air until it chokes. The body is ready, transformed from mortal flesh into eternal vessel. Outside, mourners wait. Women beat their breasts, wailing, while men bow heads in solemn silence. The coffin is lifted, borne on shoulders through dusty streets, accompanied by chanting and music. Neighbors watch, murmuring prayers, some perhaps sneaking glances at the wealth of the procession. For them, each funeral is both grief and theatre, a reminder of their own eventual passage. The tomb awaits. Food, beer, clothes, even board games are placed inside, ensuring comfort in the afterlife. Servant figurines shaptis stand ready, meant to labor for the dead in fields of eternity. With the coffin slid into its niche, the tomb sealed, and the mourners dispersing, the cycle is complete. Death, embalmed and wrapped, has been transformed into continuity. And yet, amid all this ritual, you sense unease. Egyptians knew mummification was fragile. Tombs were robbed, coffins broken, bodies desecrated. That is why so much care was poured into backups, extra masks, double spells, even hidden chambers. The fear of annihilation haunted them as much as the hope of eternal life comforted them. Night falls on the necropolis. The embalmer's workshop goes dark, its jars sealed, its hooks wiped clean. The desert wind whistles through tomb doors, carrying with it the faint scent of resin and smoke. Somewhere, deep inside a sealed chamber, a newly wrapped body lies silent, ready for journeys no living human can describe. And you realize this, standing under the stars. Mummification was not morbid to them. It was devotion, hope, and stubborn defiance of death. Each layer of linen whispered the same promise: you will live again. Tomorrow, another body will be carried to the workshop, another cycle begun. Priests will chant, embalmers will cut, families will wail, and once more Egypt will wrap its dead in linen and faith, binding mortality to eternity with resin and salt. The embalmer's smoke lingers in your clothes as you leave the necropolis and walk further into the desert hills. There, carved deep into limestone cliffs and hidden behind massive sealed doors, lie chambers filled with treasures that defy imagination. This is the world of tombs, not just the simple burials of villagers, but the vast decorated houses of eternity built for nobles and kings. Step closer, and you feel the hush of mystery, the weight of silence pressing down. Egypt's riches lie here, waiting to tell their story. The first thing you see when you enter a noble's tomb is color. Bright pigments still cling to walls after thousands of years, vivid as if painted yesterday. Farmers bend in fields, fishermen cast nets, women pluck lotus blossoms, musicians pluck harps. Every surface is alive with images of life, as though the dead demanded not an end but a continuation. Archaeologists confirm that these murals were not art for the living but spells for the dead, ensuring that the owner would enjoy eternal bread, eternal music, eternal sunshine. And the detail is extraordinary. One well-documented find from Theban tombs shows banquet scenes with guests sniffing lotus flowers, servants pouring wine, and cats lurking under chairs. The smallest gesture, a hand curled around a cup, a lock of hair falling over a shoulder, is preserved forever. You can almost hear laughter echoing through the painted hall, as if eternity itself could be a never-ending party. Yet oddities creep in too. In some tombs, artists painted food offerings larger than the people beside them, exaggerating their size so they would never run out in the afterlife. A single loaf of bread looms taller than the servant carrying it. Imagine dining forever on a giant onion the size of a stool. It's practical magic and surreal humor all at once. Scholars remain divided over whether these depictions reflected real daily life or idealized visions. Some argue the paintings are accurate windows into ancient households, capturing meals, clothes, and even pets. Others insist they are symbolic only, designed to provide cosmic guarantees rather than documentary truth. Were these banquet scenes snapshots of reality, or were they heavenly wish lists? The debate paints the walls with ambiguity. Walk further into the chamber, and your torchlight catches treasures piled in niches. Wooden chests painted with hieroglyphs, jars sealed with wax, alabaster vessels gleaming creamy white. In grander tombs, you find jewelry glittering with lapis and gold, furniture inlaid with ivory, games of senet waiting for play. Even simple tombs hold pottery, combs or sandals, objects of use carried forward as comfort. The smell of resin and cedar still lingers from coffins sealed tight. Each item is not just possession but protection. One amusing footnote comes from lists of grave goods found on papyri. Some included things like razors, cosmetics, and even wigs, showing that vanity was considered eternal too. Pharaohs might need golden masks, but nobles apparently wanted to look well-groomed for the gods. Imagine someone in the afterlife carefully applying kohl eyeliner, adjusting a wig, and striding confidently into eternity's banquet. Yet the wealth of these tombs invited danger. Tomb robbery became so common that pharaohs eventually abandoned pyramids for hidden cliff tombs, hoping secrecy would protect treasures, but secrecy failed. Records like the Abbott Papyrus detail shocking break-ins, robbers tunneling into chambers, smashing coffins, stripping mummies of jewelry. The punishments were brutal: hands cut off, executions carried out, but the temptation of gold outweighed the fear. Tombs were both sanctuaries and irresistible targets. And here, scholars still wrestle with a question: were these robberies crimes of desperation or acts of organized corruption? Some argue starving villagers risked death for a handful of stolen amulets. Others point to evidence that guards and officials themselves conspired, systematically looting pharaohs' treasures. Was robbery, rebellion, survival, or corruption from within? The papyri leave no single verdict. You step into a deeper corridor, and the air cools. Reliefs shift from cheerful banquets to stern gods. Anubis weighing hearts, Osiris enthroned in judgment, Amit the devourer crouched nearby. ready to eat the souls of the unworthy. The flicker of your torch makes the jackal-headed god seem to move, his painted eyes glinting. The message is clear: life continues, but only if you pass the test. These walls are not only decoration, they are moral reminders carved in stone. Some tombs hold hidden chambers, accessible only through concealed doors. Archaeologists crawling through narrow shafts have stumbled on caches of jewelry, statues, even small mummified pets, deliberately hidden to deter robbers. Imagine the relief of a noble's soul discovering their backup stash safe and intact, like a cosmic emergency fund. It's both clever and sad, proof that even in death, Egyptians feared thieves. As night deepens, you stand in the heart of a tomb chamber. The walls shimmer with painted gods, the air heavy with the scent of resin, the silence thick as stone. You close your eyes, and you can almost believe you hear faint voices, priests chanting, mourners crying, thieves whispering as they pry open lids. The tomb is alive with echoes, layered voices across centuries. And you realize something. These treasures were never meant for you, or any living visitor. They were messages for eternity, carefully prepared, sealed, and hidden. Every loaf, every jar, every painted figure was part of a spell, ensuring that the dead would wake, eat, drink, laugh, and endure forever. Tomorrow, more tombs will be carved, more goods prepared, more families saving for eternity's guarantee. Pharaohs will command elaborate chambers, artisans will paint their finest strokes, and villagers will place bread in shallow graves. Life in Egypt is bound to death not by fear but by determination to turn mortality into continuity, to make time itself bend to ritual. As you leave the tomb, stepping back into the starlit desert, you feel the cool wind brush your face. Behind you, treasures sleep in silence, watched over by painted gods and crumbling seals. Ahead, life continues, bread to bake, fields to sow, children to raise. But here in the dark cliffs, eternity waits, wrapped in linen and painted in color, whispering that Egypt's story is as much about death as it is about life. The painted banquet halls fade behind you, but the cliffs still loom, streaked with caves and hidden doors. You follow a winding path into the rocky folds west of the Nile, where the Valley of the Kings lies in solemn silence. Here, the pharaohs of the New Kingdom abandoned towering pyramids for something more secretive, tombs carved deep into stone, hidden under desert ridges. The air is dry, the ground cracked, and every step crunches with the weight of history. By dawn, the valley is already busy. Teams of laborers trudge through narrow passes, carrying baskets of rubble. Overseers bark orders, their voices echoing off cliffs. The sound of chisels rings like metallic birdsong, steady, insistent, never ceasing. These are Pharaoh's men, carving eternity out of rock. Instead of stacking stone into mountains visible for miles, they now tunnel into earth, hoping secrecy will protect their treasures from the greedy. Archaeology confirms the shift. By the time of the New Kingdom, pyramid tombs were too obvious, too vulnerable to robbers. Pharaohs sought hidden chambers instead, concealed behind plain doorways. The valley became their chosen resting ground. An entire landscape turned into a subterranean necropolis. Tomb after tomb plunges into the cliffs, long corridors, painted halls, burial chambers glowing with spells and stars. And here's a curious little observation. Workers left behind ostraca that reveal daily routines. Some show sketches of gods, practice hieroglyphs, or crude cartoons of fellow workers. Others are complaints notes about ration shortages, illnesses, or overseers' demands. These scraps, discarded in the desert, feel strangely modern, like construction workers doodling on lunch breaks. Eternity's monuments were carved not by faceless slaves, but by men with jokes, frustrations, and sore backs. Yet scholars still argue about the degree of secrecy. Some believe only a select few priests and artisans knew the exact locations of tombs, hoping to preserve them from theft. Others point out that with hundreds of laborers involved, Secrecy was impossible. The abundance of looted chambers suggests that no matter how carefully pharaohs planned, word leaked, and greed eventually followed. Were the valley's tombs truly hidden, or were they doomed from the start? The question lingers in every collapsed shaft. Step into one tomb, and the temperature drops instantly. Your torch flickers across walls painted with vivid scenes. Ra's solar boat sailing through the underworld, Anubis guarding mummies, serpents coiled in cosmic battle. The ceilings gleam with golden stars against deep blue, turning stone into a night sky. The silence is profound, broken only by your breath. You feel as though you are intruding on something not meant for the living. In the burial chamber itself lies a massive stone sarcophagus, carved with hieroglyphs. Once, it would have held a gilded coffin, nestled with amulets, surrounded by treasures, chariots, thrones, even food jars. The smell of resin lingers, faint but undeniable. Though the tomb may have been robbed long ago, its air still carries a trace of eternity. One almost humorous quirk survives in some tomb graffiti. Ancient visitors, sometimes guards, sometimes later workers, scrawled their names on walls, like tourists tagging monuments today. One inscription reads, "Amen Panufa was here." It's startling, almost comic, to see eternity interrupted by a cheeky reminder that even in the most sacred spaces, humans wanted to be remembered. But not all tombs were desecrated. Some lay hidden for millennia, waiting in silence. The most famous discovery, of course, was Howard Carter's opening of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, crammed with gold, statues and treasures never seen before. For the modern world, it confirmed the staggering wealth and artistry Egyptians poured into the valley. For the ancients, it was just another attempt to secure a king's eternity, one that by accident succeeded. Still, historians debate the symbolism of these tombs. Were they purely practical, designed as houses for the dead, or were they cosmic maps meant to guide pharaohs through the underworld? Some argue the elaborate wall texts, the Amduat, the Book of Gates, are instructions for navigating the dangers of night. Others suggest they were also political theatre, proclaiming Pharaoh's control over chaos even in death. Was the tomb a guidebook, or propaganda carved in colour? Perhaps it was both. Outside, the valley is harsh, silent. The sun beats on cliffs until they shimmer, and wind scours the paths with dust. Workers lived in nearby Deir el-Medina, trudging each day into the valley, carving chambers in unbearable heat. At night they trudged home again, leaving the dead to their silence. The valley is remote, isolated, chosen precisely because it felt cut off from the world of the living. But robbers came anyway. Archaeological reports describe smashed coffins, scattered bones, looted jewelry. The desperation is palpable. Men crawling through tunnels in darkness, prying gold from fingers of mummies, stuffing treasures into sacks. For priests, this desecration was unthinkable. In later dynasties, they even gathered mummies from looted tombs and reburied them in secret caches, hiding them in cliffs. Entire royal families ended up stacked together, stripped of treasures but preserved in linen, as if still whispering, "We belong to eternity, even if thieves think otherwise." As night falls, you stand on a ridge overlooking the valley. The cliffs glow red in the fading sun, then sink into shadow. The tomb entrances gape like mouths in the stone, silent, waiting. The air grows cool, the desert wind howling softly. You feel both awe and unease. This is not just a cemetery, it is a landscape reshaped for death, a kingdom of silence beneath the rock. And you realize something. The Valley of the Kings was both triumph and tragedy. Triumph, because its artistry and devotion to eternity remain breathtaking. Tragedy, because its secrecy failed, its treasures plundered, its kings disturbed. Yet even robbed, even broken, the tombs still whisper their promise, that pharaohs believed in forever and carved forever into stone. Tomorrow, workers will return to chisel new corridors, priests will recite spells, and pharaohs will dream of eternity under desert cliffs. And though thieves may follow, Though time may erode, the valley will remain, echoing with both devotion and betrayal, a reminder that the quest for immortality is always fragile. The cliffs of the valley fade behind you, but Egypt's story refuses to end quietly. Among the carved chambers and gilded coffins, there rises the memory of a pharaoh unlike any other, a man who turned tradition on its head and left behind a mystery that still unsettles scholars today. His name was Akhenaten, and to speak it is to step into one of Egypt's strangest experiments, a moment when gods were silenced, temples abandoned, and the entire kingdom forced to worship only one divine presence. You find yourself standing in the blazing sun at Amarna, the city Akhenaten built from scratch in the middle of nowhere. Sand stretches for miles, broken only by rows of hastily built houses and wide avenues that lead to open courtyards instead of dark temples. There are no towering sanctuaries here, no hidden shrines. Instead, worship unfolds under the open sky, directed toward the Aten, the radiant disk of the sun itself. Light, warmth, and brilliance replace incense-filled chambers. The air shimmers, and you squint until your eyes water. This is no ordinary city. It is a stage for revolution. One point most historians agree on is clear. Akhenaten introduced a radical form of monotheism, or at least monolatry. He proclaimed Aten the supreme and perhaps the only god worth worshipping, sidelining Egypt's entire pantheon. Temples to Amun, Osiris, and others were shuttered. Priests lost power. Hymns were rewritten, praising only the sun's disk that gives life to all. To stand in Amarna was to feel not the hush of incense, but the blaze of daylight as the sole expression of divinity. And yet, odd little details make the revolution even stranger. In tomb art from this period, Akhenaten and his queen Nefertiti are depicted in unusually intimate ways, kissing their daughters, lounging as a family, reaching out tenderly under Aten's rays. The king's own body is shown oddly elongated, with wide hips, thin arms, and a face almost androgynous. Some scholars think this was symbolic, blending male and female qualities to embody universal creation. Others wonder if the king himself suffered from a medical condition, his unusual appearance immortalized in stone. Debate rages endlessly. Was Akhenaten truly a visionary who glimpsed the possibility of one god, or was he a fanatic whose obsession destabilized the kingdom? Some Egyptologists praise his boldness, calling him the first monotheist in recorded history. Others argue his reign plunged Egypt into chaos, weakening temples, angering priests, and leaving the empire vulnerable. Even today, his motives remain half hidden in sunlit stone. Walk down the main street of Amarna, and you notice the absence of traditional idols. Instead of dark sanctuaries, open courtyards host altars where bread, beer, and flowers bake directly under the sun. Priests no longer bathe statues or whisper to hidden gods. Instead, they raise their faces to Aten's rays, hands stretched in praise. It feels both liberating and unsettling, as though the old gods have vanished, replaced by light that cannot be touched or held. Among the ruins, you hear whispers of discontent. Villagers mutter about old festivals that no longer take place, statues of beloved gods smashed or abandoned. Families who once prayed to protective deities like Bes or Taweret now feel unguarded, stripped of familiar comfort. Some secretly continue old rituals in their homes, hiding amulets under mats, whispering prayers to Hathor or Osiris at night. Faith here is divided, a quiet rebellion flickering beneath Aten's blinding glare. One almost humorous tidbit survives in Ostraca. Workers in Amarna sketched caricatures mocking Akhenaten's unusual body, exaggerating his long chin and bulging belly. Even during a religious revolution, humor thrived. Imagine laborers sharing sly smiles as they doodled the heretic king, half afraid of discovery, half unable to resist. It is proof that no ruler, however divine he claimed to be, escaped the satire of his people. The royal family, however, embraced the new order with zeal. Nefertiti, radiant in her crown, appears beside Akhenaten in almost every depiction, her role far more prominent than earlier queens. Together they cradle their daughters, showering them with affection under Aten's rays. Family intimacy, rarely emphasized in Egyptian art before, becomes the central motif. To see these scenes is to glimpse a pharaoh less as a distant god-king and more as a father. Whether this was genuine or political image crafting, the effect is startlingly modern. But Amarna's brilliance was short-lived. After Akhenaten's death, his successors, perhaps pressured by priests and people alike, abandoned the city, smashed Aten's temples, and restored the old gods. His name was scratched from king lists, his monuments defaced, his memory condemned as that of a heretic. For centuries, it was as though he never existed, until archaeology unearthed the ruins of Amarna, and his strange statues re-emerged into sunlight. Still, arguments persist. Was Akhenaten's revolution a genuine spiritual awakening, a glimpse at a future beyond polytheism? Or was it a political maneuver to strip temples of power and concentrate wealth in the throne's hands? Some point to the poetry of Aten hymns, praising the sun's rays as life-givers, as proof of sincere devotion. Others see ruthless pragmatism, a king dismantling rivals to secure dominance. The truth, lost in sand, remains a riddle. As night falls over Amarna, the city feels ghostly. The wide avenues lie empty, the altars abandoned, the murals fading. The stars gleam coldly, and you realize Aten's worship did not endure. Egypt returned to Amun, Osiris, Hathor, and the rest, as if the sun's glare had been too harsh, too lonely. Yet the memory of Akhenaten lingers, strange and unsettling, a chapter that refuses to fade completely. And you realize this: in a civilization obsessed with continuity, he was the anomaly, the pharaoh who dared to rewrite eternity. His city crumbled, his name was cursed, but his idea that perhaps only one god exists survives as a whisper that would echo far beyond the Nile. Tomorrow, the workers will return to carving tombs for kings who follow the old ways. Priests will again bathe statues, light incense, and pour beer for familiar gods. But somewhere in the desert ruins of Amarna, the wind still sings through empty courtyards, carrying the memory of a pharaoh who dared to stand alone under the sun. The sun over Amarna burns your eyes, but as you walk northward along the Nile, the landscape shifts again. Time seems to hurry forward, centuries folding one atop the other, until you arrive at the twilight of Egyptian power. Here, amid the bustle of Alexandria and the shifting tides of Mediterranean politics, stands the final monarch to bear the title of Pharaoh, Cleopatra VII. She is not carved in rigid stone, nor bound in linen wrappings, but alive in stories that still smoulder. Hers is the last great performance of Egypt's stage, a tale of brilliance, seduction, politics, and ultimately, eclipse. The first thing you notice in her world is the mixture of languages and cultures. Greek merchants argue with Egyptian farmers on the docks. Roman ambassadors stride through palaces, their armor clinking, while Jewish scribes copy scrolls in shadowed corners. The air is thick with incense from temples, salt from the sea, and spices unloaded from distant ships. This is no longer the Egypt of solitary Nile villages. It is a crossroads of the known world, and Cleopatra must play every angle to survive. One fact historians agree on is that Cleopatra was astonishingly educated. She spoke several languages, including Egyptian, a rarity for the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled in Greek for centuries. She studied philosophy, medicine, and astronomy. Ancient writers describe her as charismatic, witty, and capable of holding her own in debates with the sharpest minds. To stand in her court was to feel her intelligence as much as her beauty. But here comes a curious note from those same sources. Cleopatra was not remembered primarily for her looks, but for her presence. Roman authors, often hostile, admitted that while she was not the most beautiful woman, her voice, wit, and charm made her irresistible. Imagine a queen whose words alone could bend generals, whose laughter could disarm enemies, whose silence could command a room. Beauty fades in memory, but charisma lingers. And yet, debate among scholars remains fierce. Was Cleopatra a genuine political mastermind? Or did later writers exaggerate her cunning to either praise or vilify her? Some portray her as the last defender of Egyptian independence, maneuvering among Roman giants like Caesar and Antony. Others suggest she was caught in currents too strong to resist, her choices more desperate than calculated. Was she a strategist, a survivor, or both at once? The truth is blurred by propaganda and myth. You walk with her along the palace portico overlooking the sea. Ships bob in the harbour, their sails painted with Roman insignia. She stands tall, draped in shimmering linen, a diadem circling her brow. Around her, advisers murmur, servants bustle, and musicians pluck soft notes. Yet her gaze is fixed on the horizon, wary of the storm of Rome. She knows Egypt is no longer invulnerable. To survive, she allies with power itself. The stories unfold with theatrical drama. First, Julius Caesar. Their meeting in Alexandria, immortalized by the tale of Cleopatra, smuggled into the palace in a rolled carpet or a linen sack, unrolled at Caesar's feet with a flourish. Whether fact or fiction, the gesture captures her daring. Soon she bears him a son, Caesarion, whom she proclaims the rightful heir of Egypt, and perhaps even of Rome. Then comes Mark Antony, the Roman general with a taste for luxury and spectacle. Their union becomes legendary. Feasts where Cleopatra sails down the Nile on a gilded barge, sails of purple billowing, oars of silver flashing in the sun, musicians playing while servants scatter flowers on the water. Antony, bewitched or willingly indulgent, crowns her Queen of Kings. Together they stage themselves not merely as rulers but as gods, Isis and Dionysus reborn. One whimsical anecdote survives from Pliny. During a banquet, Cleopatra wagered she could spend an obscene fortune on a single meal. She dissolved one of her priceless pearl earrings in vinegar and drank it. Was it science, showmanship, or myth? Either way, the act lingers in memory, an emblem of extravagance and audacity. But beneath the spectacle lies tension. Egypt, rich in grain and gold, is both prize and pawn in Rome's civil wars. Octavian, the future Augustus, views Cleopatra as a threat, her very existence, a challenge to Roman control. Propaganda paints her as a dangerous temptress, corrupting noble Antony with Eastern decadence. Rome whispers of serpents and sorcery, turning her into a villain before swords even clash. Scholars still argue whether Cleopatra truly aimed for empire or merely fought for survival. Some see her as reckless, clinging to Antony against Rome's inevitable might. Others insist she was pragmatic, seizing alliances as best she could in a world dominated by foreign powers. Was she ambitious beyond reason, or simply refusing to let Egypt be swallowed without a fight? Her motives remain as layered as her legends. The end comes in tragedy. The Battle of Actium, 31 BCE. Antony and Cleopatra's fleets clash with Octavian's navy. Smoke chokes the sea. Sails burn. Ships splinter. At the height of battle, Cleopatra's fleet retreats, and Antony follows, abandoning the fight. Rome declares victory, and Egypt's fate is sealed. Back in Alexandria, their power crumbles, and whispers of betrayal spread. In the palace gardens, you find Cleopatra one last time. The air smells of myrrh and despair. Antony lies dying by his own sword, carried to her arms. She retreats to her mausoleum, already stocked with treasures and prepared for death. Octavian storms the city, demanding her surrender. She knows what that means. Chains in Rome, paraded as a trophy. Instead, she chooses her end. The most famous version says she pressed a venomous asp to her skin, its bite delivering both pain and release. Other sources suggest poison mixed into a comb or ointment. The details blur, but the result is certain. Cleopatra dies on her own terms, queen to the last. One final irony. Octavian ensures Caesarion, Her son by Julius Caesar is killed. With him ends the line of pharaohs stretching back 3,000 years. Egypt becomes Rome's province, its temples and treasures absorbed, its independence gone. The Nile still flows, but the crown is forever lost. As night falls, you stand among the ruins of Alexandria's royal quarter, waves slapping against stones where Cleopatra once dined with Antony. The city hums with Roman soldiers now, their Latin harsh in the air. Yet her shadow lingers. Statues still bear her face, coins her profile, poems her legend. She is gone, but not forgotten. Her story outlives the empire that swallowed her. And you realize this. Egypt's tale ends not with silence, but with a whisper so powerful it echoes still. Cleopatra was not the greatest pharaoh by monuments or battles, but by memory. Her charisma, her defiance, her tragic end ensured that while Egypt lost its throne, it gained immortality in story. The stars rise over the Mediterranean, their light mingling with the waves. Egypt's age of pharaohs has ended, but in your ears linger their songs, their laughter, their prayers, and now Cleopatra's final breath. The curtain falls, and eternity absorbs their voices. And now, after 30 journeys through bread and beer, temples and tombs, love poems and labor strikes, you arrive at the hush of endings. The Nile's waters still ripple softly in your mind, carrying the echoes of children at play, of priests chanting incense-thick prayers, of artisans carving lotus petals into stone. You've wandered through villages where smoke curled from mud-brick chimneys, through workshops where pigments stained fingertips, through courts where neighbors argued over stolen goats. You've walked the Valley of Kings and stood in Cleopatra's fading sunset. Let the memories settle like sand after a flood. Picture the slow rhythm of life along the Nile, the grind of grain under stone, the splash of nets in the river, the laughter of children chasing hoops. Hear the music of festivals, drums and flutes rising under starlit skies, and the quieter whispers of families lighting lamps for their ancestors. Smell the mingled scents of garlic, beer, honey and resin, drifting together in the desert air. For Egypt's story is not only about monuments and pharaohs, it is about ordinary hands shaping eternity, ordinary voices chanting to gods, ordinary hearts longing for love, protection, and survival. Those hands, those voices, those hearts are gone, yet their traces endure in tomb walls, in scarabs, in songs still legible on fragile papyrus. So, as your eyes grow heavy, imagine lying beside the Nile at night. The stars shine as they did thousands of years ago, mirrored in the dark water. A breeze stirs the reeds, carrying the faintest scent of lotus. The past is not far. It drifts beside you, calm and unhurried. Breathe slowly, let the river's rhythm guide you, and slip into dreams as eternal as Egypt's sands. Sweet dreams,